Hello, everybody, and welcome back to part 3 of Pokemon Gold. We stopped right outside of Price's gym. We ended up getting through all of the events of Lake Rage and also dealt with the Team Rocket problem that happened to be in infiltrating that particular segment of Johto. And so our next destination is to beat Price. We eventually need to get to Claire at some point and go to her gym. I'm not exactly sure if there's going to be any sort of interplay or anything in between. I don't know if we'll have to do a side area, kind of like what Ash had to do, because Ash had had his badge battle interrupted whenever he was trying to deal with Claire because Team Rocket had stolen one of the dragon artifacts from one of the storerooms, and so they had to put their gym battle on hold. But had it continued, it's very likely Ash would have lost that battle. It was not looking good for him in that particular battle. But in any event, we'll see where we're at. For those of you in the that are curious, we are roughly around episode 122 in the anime. That's a Nice Price Baby, which is the actual gym battle that Ash ends up having. I'm assuming Piloswine is going to be the ace in this battle, considering the kind of pivotal role that Piloswine had to absolutely everything involving Price in the actual anime. So it would not surprise me if he's the ace, but I cannot know for sure. Until we actually play, but that is my guess is as to who his ace is going to be. And it's interesting because in the anime, Claire and Price were already seen before their respective gym battles, but here we have not seen either of them. So just kind of going to put that out there. Yeah, it really is. To be at episode 122 of the anime already. The thing they spaced out the gym battles fairly heavily in the anime to where a lot of these were spaced out, I would say like to the significant degree of like 17 or more episodes. It got a little bit better towards the end because they're like, oh shoot, we gotta do the league, don't we? And so they kind of cleaned up and started to move a lot quicker once that ended up happening. Unfortunately, a lot of the rival, basically every rival other than Gary was introduced like basically last minute, which kind of sucked, including Harrison, like characters that I think really deserved a little bit more screen time than ended up getting. In any event, that's a little bit further out from where we are at right now. So we're going to go ahead and swap over to scene number 1. So we can all see what we are dealing with, which is Pokemon. Um, I said coming up next is Deltarune Chapter 5, not being cognizant of how long it was going to take me to beat Gold. So I'm going to have to figure out something to do on Saturday and Tuesday until, leading up to Deltarune's actual release on a Wednesday. So I'll figure it out. We will figure it out, I promise. Of course, wait, are they right about the time? I think they got the time right. Wait a minute. It's off for a couple of minutes, but I think they said today was Tuesday, and it actually is. Okay, that is rare. In any event, I don't know why I'm saving. We just loaded our save. Obviously, it kept it. Let's take a look at our Pokemon. Did we heal at the Pokemon Center? I'm assuming we did. All right, let's go ahead and go straight to the gym. Yeah, time came. I'm assuming we're gonna have like, oh, is this gonna be like a slip slide? It looks like it's gonna be a slip slide. Price is a veteran who has trained Pokemon for some 50 years. He's said to be good at freezing opponents with ice-type moves. So I guess they don't have the whole backstory about Price's heart turning cold because of the fact that he ended up getting like really, he ended up being in like really critical condition, and then his Pokemon went off and wandered off, and then like abandoned him, or at least that's the way it looked. And then it found Ash ended up finding the Mamoswine engulfed in a block of ice. Basically, it tried to pick an herb that was going to be very, very effective, and then just got frozen for like 50-something years. And basically, that's whenever Price's heart started to melt. But I guess he's just going to be a cool guy. Cool guy. We'll see how it goes. Means you should melt him with your burning ambition. Oh no, don't tell me about burning ambition. We'll lose Charizard if I hear that. I know Price's secret. Because that is the only burning ambition I know is Charizard's. So we have Border Douglas sent out a Shellder. Level 24 Shellder, huh? Now, did they add an ice typing for Shellder in later gens? I don't think it ever was in original. I always assumed it was water, but is it now water-ice? Well, it did normal damage, so I'm assuming it is water-ice. Oh, it's not very effective. Never mind. It may just be water. Cloyster. I should have gone the special route. I don't know why I'm doing a physical attack against the Cloyster. That is just dumb on my part. Oh, never mind. Bye. I guess Cloyster might be ice type, because it did normal damage. And then Shellder. Well, considering how well it's working, I guess we'll stick with it. I see. I thought I remembered like a little bit of nugget of trivia relating to like one of the Gen 1 Pokemon. I don't remember where I heard it, or if it was even one of the later games that I might have uncovered that. I'll tell you Price's secret. Give me Shellder. The secret behind Price's power. He meditates under a waterfall daily to strengthen his mind and body. Just like the one trainer with the Marowak in Season 1, before the Marowak was like, I can't believe you lost all my badges, I'm abandoning you. And then he unabandoned him. It was great. Everybody laughed, and it totally wasn't my least favorite episode of Season 1. Nope, nope, nope. Check out my parallel turn. We've got Skier Clarissa. She's about to explain it all, and it's a Dewgong. I actually don't know a whole lot about the stats of Dewgong. I don't know if physical or special is better. Using Growl. Okay, it failed, so... Thanks for playing, Dewgong. Oh, critical quick attack. Okay. No, you made me wipe out. And you are probably the snowboarder or another boarder. I'll freeze your Pokemon so you can't do a thing. But yeah, so I don't know how many Pokemon that Price is going to have. The anime was a 2-on-2. It was a Dewgong, and it was the, I believe it was the Mamoswine. I keep wanting to say Piloswine, but it's Mamoswine. It's the evolution of Piloswine. Hikaru, welcome. Hope you're doing well. We are up in the 7th gym right now of gold. So we gotta get to Price at the top. And we will go from there. Yep. Yeah, it turns out that if you don't switch Pokemon and just stick with one Pokemon for basically the whole game, it's not a very... Number one, it's not very exciting for other people to watch. And number two, you get through the game really, really fast. Like, really, really fast. But the thing that makes this game a little bit rougher is the fact that, like, so much of its content is, like, day or night locked, and on certain days and certain nights of the week. And it's just like when you're working 50 hours a week, you can't do that. You just can't. I can't be like, well, I guess I'm missing this, I guess I'm missing that. And it's just like with so much of the game is predicated upon attending the game at a certain date, certain time to be able to maximize your efficiency. It's just going to be a little bit inefficient in places, which is kind of rough. It has everything to do with my schedule and very little to do with the game itself. Like, this was kind of the era where games transformed from a medium where you could just play a certain game after school whenever you were done with your day to you're actually able to play this game a little bit throughout your day or throughout your week. Because you have to remember, we got the Tamagotchi pets around 1997 in the United States. We ended up with games like Animal Crossing coming out on the GameCube. We came out with this game. We came out with a bunch of other things that we're trying to experiment with, like coming back at certain times because the technology was now there. when it wasn't previously with certain products. And so I appreciate them, you know, experimenting with this. It's definitely a cool idea if you have all the time in the world to give. I don't, which makes it rough. Anyway, any other Pokemon that we need to... Okay, so I need to... Now, how do I get to her? I don't even... Okay, so that's how I get to the gym leader. I think we should probably heal. Just to be safe. I could change the time. Yeah, I guess I could. Seems like a... I don't know, I guess that's the easy fix. Is that something, I mean, do you have to change it in the game itself? Do you have to change it in the... I guess I'd have to change it in the game itself. But still, to me, it's definitely just kind of a strange concept. I do think it's very innovative. Alright, let's go ahead and fight Price. I'm guessing he's probably going to have 3 Pokemon. I have no idea what the third one's going to be. But it's going to be a Dugong and a Mamoswine for sure. He might have a Seal. He might just have like a pre-evolution of one of them. That's the gym leaders seem to like doing that. It's like it's not enough to just have one of that Evo stage. We need to have more, lots and lots and lots more. And then they're like, okay. I don't think is there any way to actually. Oh, there is a way to talk to her. Okay. All right. To get to Price, our gym leader, you need to think before you skate. Yeah, that's really the critical factor, too. I think that's one of the reasons why this was, like, one of the first games I really associated with, more than, like, a Tamagotchi. I know Tamagotchi was definitely, like, one of the first things I encountered, but in terms of everything else, I think it's definitely the... You know, this one is the one I think that popularized it the most. And then, like, Animal Crossing and other things came later. But, like, even with the Animal Crossing, there wasn't the portability side of things yet. Oh, wow, Jinx gives nothing. Jinx gives nothing. Too controversial to give EXP, I see. Gym is a slippery floor. It's fun, isn't it? But hey, we're not playing games here. I am. So yeah, I'll figure out what I'm going to be streaming for Saturday and Tuesday. It's going to have to, whatever it is, it's going to have to be very, very short. Whenever the Steam Machine comes out, I definitely have a ton of plans for it. I have to play Dragon Quest Monsters 3. I have to play Final Fantasy 13, which I've heard nothing but wonderful glowing things about. But we'll see. I definitely have, you know, and more, but that's like really like the 2 primary things I'm wanting to play right off the bat. Border Brad. Just like that name. Alright, let's see. So I'm trying to remember how I got there. Let me pull open the full map. I like only being able to see bits and pieces of it at a time is gonna make it more difficult for me to remember. So let's pull open Pokemon Gold's map. I just need to see the gym. One moment. Okay, let me take a look at Mahogany Town's gym. Because I know Mahogany is where he is. Oh, wow. That is pretty complicated. Alright. So, there's the full map. Okay. So now that I can actually see the map, we can go ahead and... Duh. Okay. So, duh. Not duh enough. More duh. No. Duh. Pokemon have many experiences in their lives, just like we do. I, too, have seen and suffered much in my life. Since I am your elder, let me show you what I mean. I've been with Pokemon since before you were born. I do not lose easily. I, Price, the Winter Trainer, shall demonstrate my power. Alright, I'm guessing 3. He does have 3. So it's either going to be a Swinub or it's going to be a Seal. But he's gonna have his Dugong, and he's gonna have his Mamoswine. Okay. Then I know the other 2 Pokemon. Yeah, I guess so. It's like, yeah, well, I mean, basically explaining that, you know, he ended up hating Pokemon for 50 years and thinking that relationships with Pokemon were completely pointless. And then finding out his Pokemon was frozen for 50 years and then got unfrozen. That probably would have been like a very lengthy gym battle explanation. Icy Wind? That's going to affect speed, right? Yeah. That is problematic for the long haul of this fight, though. We'll go ahead and quick attack for now. Still faster with that. There's Dugong, as expected. I'm still faster. Headbutt. Don't do it. Okay, critical is not great, but we're fine. Oh, where's your HP? Is it past the line? No, it's not. Okay. I thought it was. I forget if Headbutt flinches or paralyzes. It's one of the 2, which is annoying. It might flinch. So, and there's the Piloswine. Or, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, so Piloswine... Yes, that is the next level up. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm sorry. I keep getting Mamoswine and Piloswine mixed up. But yes, Piloswine is what the anime was. So I had the Pokemon right, but the name wrong. I had the picture in my head. This was the Pokemon that was frozen for 50 years in the anime. Took a wrong turn at Albuquerque. There goes Price. I'm impressed by your prowess. With your strong will, I know you'll overcome all life's obstacles. You are worthy of this badge. Gold received Glacier Badge. That badge raises special stats of Pokemon. Also let my Pokemon use Whirlpool to get across real Whirlpools. Why that modifier? And this is a gift from me. TM16 now, does this teach Whirlpool? It contains Icy Wind. Okay. Inflicts damage and lower speed. It demonstrates the harshness of winter. Okay. Professor Elm. Gold, how are things going? I called because something weird is happening with the radio broadcast. They were talking about Team Rocket. Gold, do you know anything about it? Maybe Team Rocket has returned. No, that just can't be true. Sorry to bug you. Take care. Yeah, I mean, really nothing can stop NyQuil. Except the day. We'll go ahead and, I guess, Cut over to Goldenrod. I know the anime had an episode where Jesse and James were Professor Oak and DJ Mary, respectively. But that was earlier than where we're at in the show. I guess that was their quote-unquote Team Rocket takeover, although they never really took over the Goldenrod station. They did do a radio broadcast program together, like Ash, Jesse, James, Misty, Brock. But again, that was much earlier than where we're at now. So, don't know what else Team Rocket's going to do. So we'll go ahead and use Fly. Goldenrod. No, he doesn't. I'll have to figure the whirlpool situation out shortly. Pokemon, they're nothing more than tools for making money. Okay. I'm just looking for the the radio station, buddy. Take over the radio tower? What? It's none of your business. Okay. So this is the radio tower. What do you want, you pest? Scram. Okay, so he's unblocking it. Hello, I'm sorry, but we're not offering any tours today. Now, this song I know from the anime very well. We've finally taken over the radio tower. Now everyone will get to experience the true terror of Team Rocket. We'll show you how scary we are, and then throws out a Rattata. Right, do that. Do it, I dare you! No! That's so close. I was kidding, but not really. They're both Raticate. Okay, we're just okay. It's like now that's some real terror right there. I suppose. I mean, it's gonna be weird though. I mean, I'll take a break. Let me put it this way. I'll take a break if I, like, organically cannot think of something to do Saturday or Tuesday. If I'm having to, like, scramble my brains, think for, like, hours of something I can do that's small, I just won't do it. Like, I'm not gonna break the bank to try to come up with something. I guess so. Look away, Gamba fans. We are beating up rats. Let's take a look over here. Why would they want to take over the radio tower? Diggly. Ha ha ha, how boring. It was far too easy to take over this place. Come on, keep me amused. Does it? Interesting. Because the thing is, I know that there's, like, the Whirl Islands that we passed. The Whirl Islands seem to be a pretty big deal in the anime. At least, because there was, like, this whole mini-arc involving the Whirl Islands. Richie came back. The Lugia plot was introduced. We learned that the second movie is canon. Based off of the events that happened in the Whirl Islands. Because they reference the Lugia they saw in the second movie. And just, like, all sorts of other things that ended up happening around that particular period of time. So I don't know what else they'd add other than, like, I guess I can technically go and, like, catch Ho if I really wanted. Team Rocket, the Explorers of Pokemon. We love being evil, scared. Five. Yes, there we go. I am trembling. I appreciate it. Yes, muchas gracias indeed. I'm impressed with their ability to catch this many Rattata. I just am. It's just like there's There's so many Pokemon out in the grass. Oh, they don't quick attack. I'm terrified. I'm telling you, like 18 more of those using quick attack and I am cooked. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely one of the biggest draws here is like there's just so much collecting you can do. For me though, I really need the EXP share. I mean, that is a modern quality of life feature I would like. It's just that you only get it in this game after turning in the red scale, it looks like. The one that we just got from catching the shiny Gyarados. But like that's right before Gym 7. It's so late right now that I don't even want to split EXP. What's the point? We're about to beat the game. Why do I care about EXP share this late? I needed it early. So it's kind of rough. I don't know when you get it in blue, red, or yellow, but I feel it was much earlier in the game. Bear Kidney, welcome. We have beaten Price, and now we are in the radio tower. We're fighting Rattatas and Zubats. I don't think we've seen a single Crobat yet. Brox was the only Crobat I saw in the anime, because the Zubat evolved into a Golbat and then evolved into a Crobat over the course of Johto. I like how the background music and then being encountered like restarts the loop. It's funny. Team Rocket was forced to disband, but we're making a comeback here. Okay. So it's not, so basically you have to make, well, that's a great sentence. You have to make your way over to Fuchsia City, so it's locked basically as late as you get to Fuchsia. That's the earliest opportunity you have to get it, and so as long as you have 50 by then, you're fine. I'm trying to remember, Fuchsia City, oh boy, why am I blanking out? So the gym leader of Fuchsia City is Koga, right? Or Janine, I think, was one of the individuals that was there. But what badge was that? Was I think that's like the 5th or 6th badge, right? So I guess it's comparatively late then. Yeah, because it was Sabrina, then Koga, right? So I guess it was around the 6th badge then. I love the way Muck looks in this. It's crazy. Just the colors on him. Go out, don't get cute. We won't let you ruin our plans for our comeback. I like to. My headcanon is this. Is this scientist just spinning around in their swivel chair, going wee? I can't demonstrate because I've got wires and it'll get ugly. But pretend I'm spinning around in my chair like Lancer and Deltarune. To trainers, Pokemon are their beloved partners. It's terrible how Team Rocket is trying to control Pokemon. I've been given strict orders. I'm to crush anyone who challenges Team Rocket. Another Rocket Grunt. This one has 4 Pokemon, so coughing. Yeah, I think I remembered that too. That's why in my head I was kind of blanking on like the actual order. Because going from Pewter City Gym, and then you skip over Viridian City for a while. You go to Vermilion, and then you have Lieutenant Surge's gym battle. And then you ended up with, after that, I know there was Erica's gym, you had Sabrina's gym, Koga's gym, Blaine's, and then finally you go back and fight Giovanni. At least in the game. In the anime, you don't do that. It would take until Black and White for Ash and Giovanni to meet exactly once across the whole show. They would, Giovanni came riding in on a hovering Segway, and Persian defeated Pikachu, and then that was it. And then, of course, Pikachu ended up doing the giant Electro Ball that should have been in the canceled Team Rocket 2-parter, and that's how that ended. I guess they met again at that final confrontation, but there wasn't a Pokemon battle associated with it, so they only battled one time. Disappointing. What? It feels great ordering Pokemon to commit crimes. I like my women like I like my coffee. Committing crimes. And let's see, we have a Weezing. So we'll use Flame Wheel. I do like the surprised Weezing face that we're seeing here. Some very good expressions on these Pokemon. You're kidding! An unknown child wandering here? Who are you? So we have Scientist Mark. We have Magnemite. Good matchup for us. Yeah, we've been using Ember a little too much, so we'll go ahead and switch to Flame Wheel. Now it's just turned on by default. Yeah, I'm glad it is. I mean, it is... One-on-one combat is not really a mechanic that I think has aged particularly well in Pokemon. And it's becoming abundantly clear to the point where it's like, I don't like the idea of putting a Pokemon that's weaker in the front row, swapping them out for a stronger Pokemon, watching that one Pokemon get slapped across the face once, and then winning the battle, and then giving both Pokemon half the EXP total they should otherwise individually get. I think it's a little bit archaic, clunky, and slow. I just don't like that as a mechanic. It makes me not want to play with other Pokemon other than the main one, which is like not how you should be playing the game by any stretch of the imagination, but it feels so painfully slow to play it any other way to me. And I think that's just like a product of like how much work, how much my work life has absolutely broken me as a human being to where I can't even like chill out and take a little bit of extra time to develop my other Pokemon. It's like, no, I have limited time. I've got to do this at this amount of time, and I hate that. I feel like this is a game I probably would have loved, like, devoured and just enjoyed thoroughly as a child, and now that I'm an adult that only has, like, a limited amount of time to play on certain days and all these other rules that are placed upon me and, like, things I expect from games, it's a little depressing sometimes, and I feel like a lot of it's my fault. I feel like some of the things I'm griping about with this game are not actually problems with the game, they're problems with me. They're problems with me, not the game. So I'm trying to keep that in mind when I score it. You know, that, like, there actually are problems with me and not the game itself. The Team Rocket boss has locked himself in, but the director can open it. He's up on the 5th floor. Please save him. It's the card key slot. Most excellent. This radio tile will fill our grand design. Yeah, I mean, I try, you know, towards the thing is, as I've explained in so many other reviews, one of the biggest things is that matters to me more than like a lot of other things in a video game is like, how does the game flow? Fine. Like, as you know, when you're going through areas, fighting trainers, doing gym battles, and going through these different locations, it moves great. Like, I don't really have any complaints with the way that the game moves. It's like the other content that you're choosing to engage with. That's where I get a little. That's where the points are really starting to get sunk. But I think this game is definitely a candidate for, you know, at least getting a solid passing score from me. Like passing in the sense that, you know, if someone asked me would I recommend the game, I'd say yes. It'd probably hit the minimum threshold for that. But it's not going to be a must play. But I think it's definitely good. All grand plans come with snags. We'll come back to the spinning rocket member in a moment. You came to rescue me? Is that what you were expecting? Wrong. I'm an imposter. I pretended to be the real thing to prepare for our takeover. Do you want to know where we hid the real director? Sure, I'll tell you, but only if you can beat me. Yeah, I'll give you a little bit more leeway. It's just like, I don't necessarily think that this is a game I really need to do a whole lot of off-screen grinding. It would be if I wanted to use the other Pokemon, but I'm not sure if the game is going to justify that yet. So we got the Rocket Executive. So he just casually... So I think in terms of... I don't understand. I mean, it's funny, but like in terms of like in-game universe explanation, I don't understand. So he was the only one who felt the need to dress up as the person he's impersonating, and the place is blatantly full of Rocket people that are wearing like Team Rocket uniforms, and they're not disguised in any way. And Professor Elm from all the way in like multiple cities over knows Team Rocket's there. I don't get what the point of it is. Yeah, we want to get to the Elite Four. Yeah, I'm trying to so Lance is, I guess Lance is still part of the Elite Four now. I'm guessing is what the game is trying to tell us. Because he was there at Lake Rage, and Lance showed up as part of the G-Men in the anime as well. Whenever the Lake Rage episode that involved Claire and Price, they both had like a pretty... they both had their own roles in that episode, which I appreciated. Even before you, like, before I knew they were gym leaders. Because, like, when I first watched the show, I didn't play the game. I didn't know who they were. Although Claire I recognized from, like, one of the openings. Because I'm like, okay, so she's definitely the gym leader. But Price, I had no clue. No clue about Price. Because Born to be a Winner showed Claire in, like, one of the, like, gym leader... sections whenever they were like having all of the pictures, like during the part of the song that goes, my whole life has led to this. That's whenever they show all that, that's where Claire is. So that's how I knew her, but not Price. Alright, so I think we knocked out... I kind of lost track in all my rambling. I think we knocked out 5 Pokemon now. I haven't been paying attention. Yep, we did. Okay. So, coughing. Okay, and then we'll have the actual thing to take to the next floor. Or to the previous floor. We'll take the card key. Sorry, I thought I heard something drop, and it was this little volume knob for my headset, so I was worried it was something more important than that. Okay, I'll tell you where he is. We got 2160 for winning. We sent 7 to our mother. We stashed the real director in the underground warehouse. It's at the far end of the underground. Oh yeah, that one place from forever ago that I forgot about. But I doubt you'll get that far. Receive the basement key. So it's not even the card key? We stashed the real director in the underground warehouse at the far end of the underground. But I doubt you'll get that far. I'm gonna have to pull open the map for... Let me pull open the pulled open the map for Goldenrod City. There's where the R comes in, Goldenrod. So, the map, the underground entrance, we need to go to building... Where is this? 3, 4, 4, 5... Okay, all the way down there, got it. Yeah, and still nothing yet. So it sounds like we'll be breaking this dungeon into 2 parts. I'm assuming the director's gonna have basically from what the game's told me, the director's gonna have the card key, which works for me. We need to heal our Typhlosion's Pokemon power points. Okay, I think it's down here. Yep. While we are getting healed, let me go ahead and pour some more hot water. I wonder if we're going to get Whirlpool from here. But we'll see. I'm gonna have to remember, because, like, I couldn't tell you, like, direction-wise how you'd get to where Claire is located just from watching the anime. No earthly idea. I know there's probably a route we haven't gone down that I'm gonna have to remember. Pokemon are nothing more than... Okay, so this is... I'm gonna have to find a different entrance. So this is how I would get to the building that would get us to the underground warehouse, but since I can't take that one... How do I get to building... How do I get to 3? 3, 2... Okay, gotcha. I know where we go. Literally right here. No. Up 1. That one. Okay, we can't use our bike here. Basement key, open the door. Okay, so now I'll need to open up the underground warehouse map. I think, if there is one. There is. Okay. 1. To move forward from 1 to 2, use all 3 northern switches, turn them on. Northern switches, huh? Oh, they must mean that. Hold it! I saw you, so I tailed you. I don't need you underfoot while I take care of Team Rocket. Wait a second, you beat me before, didn't you? That was just a fluke, but I repay my debts. Once again, in battles I wasn't expecting. Glad we went to the Pokemon Center. Let's see, Silver wants to battle. Where I think this is gonna get hairy is dealing with, probably at this particular point, a fully evolved, what is the, oh boy, I forget the name of it. I'm gonna have to just look it up. Feraligatr, I forgot the name. It's probably gonna be a Feraligatr at this point, we'll have to see. I couldn't remember the final stage. I know it was Croconaw, which I also blanked out on last time. Oh, wow. Level 49. There's for Alligator. Ba-ba. Let's see. I don't think any of these are going to be particularly advantageous for me. So how bad is this going to actually do in terms of damage? Well, okay, I was about to say the critical made a difference, so Rage. Attack. We've got Haunter. Another critical hit. And then Magnemite, which is, again, like the perfect Pokemon for us. And then Sneasel. Oh, that's also good for us. Unless, did Sneasel always have an ice typing, or did it get an ice typing later? I guess it had it. Why? Why do I lose? I've assembled the toughest Pokemon. I didn't ease up on the gas, so why do I lose? I don't understand. Is what that Lance guy said true? That I don't treat Pokemon properly? Love. Trust. Are they really what I lack? Are they keeping me from winning? I just don't understand. But it's not going to end here. Not now, not because of this. I won't give up my dream of becoming the world's best Pokemon trainer. Okay, well, then take on Team Rocket. Why are you leaving? Always been Dark Eyes. I guess so, considering Sneasel would have been introduced this gen. I don't care if you're lost, you show up here, you're nothing but a victim. Whoa. That's the coldest line before throwing a Rattata at me. Oh, no! No! No, it can't be! He only had one! He's holding out on me. You must have ice in your veins to diss Team Rocket. With only one S. Before I examine that, let's take a look at our map. Don't know if there's any traps here. Full heal. Can I even hold it? Yes, we can. Sleep Talk is also a TM here. Open one shutter, another closes. Bet you can't get where you want. I can if I have access to all of them and you guys are defeated. I wonder what Shiny Muck's gonna look like graphic-wise in this. I'm sure I'll be able to look it up later. Yeah, to be fair, one of them had Eradicate. Two of them, in fact. So definitely, I took one look at them and I'm like, damn, they must be the highest ranking Team Rocket member ever, laying dominion over all other Rocket members. Yeah, I suppose that's true. I do think it's funny in the very last episode of Pokemon Journeys that basically when, not the last episode, but towards the end of the episodes, Team Rocket like had all of their Pokemon that they had gave from all the other regions to headquarters returned back to them, basically implying that none of them were useful at all. Try to suck by a decision. In fact, the funny part is, like, some of the best Pokemon that Team Rocket really had access to, I think, were from Alola, and, like, really, none of them really came with them, or were part of Team Rocket property afterward. That Beware, though, was, like, the best Pokemon from Sun and Moon. I am, of all the anime, I'd be interested in rewatching. Sun and Moon is among, like, the highest. I think it was just such a well-done, almost perfect season. Confounded by the shutters, are we? I'll let you in on a secret if you can beat me. Especially with, you know, given the fact that I've watched, like, so many anime now with Joe and everybody else, whose references I'd be able to see in Sun and Moon, I think it makes it, you know, I'm more inclined to rewatch, because they went, like, absolutely nuts in the animation department. Like, all of the references to different anime that I didn't get at the time, like with Aim for the Ace, that I now get. That I wouldn't have understood with Utena, and that I now would get. Ooh, I blew it. I'll write a hint. Change the order of switching. That'll change the way the shutters open and close. It's labeled switch too. My goodness. I want one of those. Let's go this way. They ditched this project before they finished. I'm searching for leftover loot. Burglar Eddie. I mashed A too much. I wasn't trying to do a quick attack. Oh, we got a critical hit, so we'll just pretend I planned it that way. Yeah, this is definitely a sizable section. They're not messing around with this Team Rocket section now. A rival battle, an entire, you know, radio tower, this underground area. We're gonna have to go back to the radio tower once we have the card key. Like, this is nuts. I didn't expect all of this before Badge 8. Over the top. Underground warehouse? What do you want to go there for? There's nothing down there. Is this not the underground warehouse? So that one, huh? Well, that doesn't remotely help me. what's on and off now? I've kind of lost track. That door is open. Smoke ball. Okay, that is fine. That is not the one I wanted. Okay, so what is on, what is not on? That's on. On. Did I put the other one on? Okay. Well, the guide, the map seems to be incorrect. The map seems to indicate if everything is on, I should be able to have a clear, unobstructed path to this door. I don't understand. They're making it sound like I can walk right over here and just go there. I don't understand. So where? Like, even visually looking at this, I'm not understanding. Like, what is the end goal here? Where can I actually walk to? I don't understand. Why is the result different? There's only 3 switches. I don't think I should be getting as confused as I'm getting. But it seems like I'm having different results each time I'm hitting the same switches. I wish I had a bike. It would make it a lot faster to go through this. I know the person, that one NPC gave me a clue, but I don't understand the clue at all. Have to go in a certain order. So everything off. So 3, 2, 1. Takes me here. Fork over your goodies. Making me think way too hard. And there's Magmar. Now granted, I still don't know what to do because there's that one wall on the right. Oh, okay, when you turn them all off, it resets it. Okay, because I was looking at this and I'm like, this is not the same result. What did I do different? I did not need that in my life. I'll have to use my berry, thank you. Oh, the right the right barrier thing is gone now. Are you lost? No, you can't be. You don't have that scared look. I'll give you something to be scared about. 3 Rattata. Okay. So the remakes still keep the puzzle? I mean, I guess. Alright, sure. As long as it's less complicated. How could you? She says. Go wherever you'd like. Get lost. See if I care. Labeled emergency. Alright, we've got a rocket grunt over there and a rocket grunt over here. You're not going any farther, right? I don't show mercy to my enemies, not even brats. Eradicate. We'll probably have to go crazy shopping, like, whenever we're all done with, like, everything. With all of the money we've gotten from beating these rocket grunts. Oh, like you mean the doors, or... I'm trying to think of what would make that switch puzzle better, other than it like not working that way, as far as being order dependent, but just simply switch dependent. So we found a max ether. Yeah, I remember you got me good at her hideout. Grimer? We're basically... We might even be able to use, if there are other areas we can go to, caves, etc. We may just be able to, like, just repel all of the enemies in there. I don't think we're really going to need to take encounters at this point. It really has. Welcome, Running Wild Vidya. Hope you're doing well. We are in the Goldenrod City underground area right now. Oh, I see. Yeah, that would definitely make things a lot better. I feel like I spent like 8 minutes on that puzzle. Yes, that's true. I didn't even think of it in that phraseology. But it works out that way, doesn't it? How'd you get this far? I guess it can't be helped. They'll dispose of you. And that is either the real director, or the director will be like, sorry, the real director is in another hideout. And then they'll tally our score. Yeah, it does. I mean, it helps if you play Pokemon like you're not supposed to play Pokemon. Yeah, I was like, it is a shame that the name pun stops working once you hit Typhlosion, but oh well. We all know why I did it. He disposed of me. And then this way, we found TM35. Who? What? You came to rescue me? Thank you! The radio tower. What's happening there? Taken over by Team Rocket? Here, take this card key. Use that to open the shutters on 3F. I'm begging you to help. There's no telling what they'll do if they control the transmitter. They may even be able to control Pokemon using a special signal. You're the only one I can call on. Please save the radio tower and all the Pokemon nationwide. Yeah, so, that was already kind of done. Not in Johto, but in the Orange Islands and Pikachu Revolts, where Butch and Cassidy used the transmitter and a Drowsy to be able to take control of all Pokemon on that island, including having Team Rocket's Pokemon turn on them and Ash's Pokemon turn on him, and all of that. We got an Amulet coin, which I think is only for Meowth, right? The inventory limit of this game is a pain in the neck. It is a huge negative. Like, why give 20 billion hold items and berries and apricorns if they're all going in the same inventory? Why not have an apricorn menu? Why not have a berry menu? Have the actual inventory be things that are just like held items and other things. It's like, it's so silly. I don't even want to drop anything off. Hey kid, you're holding us up. Our policy is to work behind the scenes where no one can see us. Sorry. I don't even know. I don't think they've been touched. The Gyarados is still 30, because we caught it at 30, and everybody else is like this. They're not... You know, basically, if NyQuil is dead, we're screwed. We are dead. Oh, I see. I would have thought it sounded like a hold item for Meowth, where it could, like, you know, get extra coins with Payday or something, like, very, you know, non-specific. I don't know. Team Rocket's Meowth can't learn Payday or any other moves. It's kind of, there's the in-game, the in-anime lore is that Meowth used so much of its brain power learning how to talk that it's too stupid to learn any other moves. The anime explains it a little bit kinder than that, but that's basically the gist of why it can't learn any other Pokemon attacks. Alright, probably ought to take a safety save just because we've been at it for a bit. Alright, to 3F. Why did the shutter open? Did you have something to do with this? No, it was you. Got Eradicate, that's level 24, just like the underground area. And then Coughing. I'm done for. "4F Studio 2. Don't I think Pokemon are cute? I'll think my Pokemon are cute after they beat yours. Hope you still find them cute when I wipe the floor with them. 4 Pokemon. Ekans. And another. I am curious, I think at some point in the year I'd like to start Ruby. I'm hoping I might like it more than this. I don't know. I know so little about the mechanics. I think the one thing I did see my sister do during the limited time I saw her play was like one of the Zigzagoons. They had like an ability or something that allowed them to, after battle, have a random chance of picking up an item. And that sounds like really cool. That sounds like it actually gives an incentive to take, you know, random encounters with different Pokemon and things like that. Because I like the idea of picking up like Ultra Balls or different items, rare candies, all sorts of fun stuff. She showed me picking up a rare candy, and I'm like, that's kind of cool, actually. That's almost like having EXP share in a way. Maybe there might be some quality of life to be had there. I don't know. Oh no, they're so useless. Oh no, but are they cute? They're still cute, right? I love my beautiful self. Who cares about Pokemon? No, we shouldn't have beaten you. Meowth? Why? Why do I have to suffer through this? Meowth, help me. Well, sorry. I didn't know that's what... Okay, so that's DJ Mary Sprite in the anime, in the game, which is different because she's got a lot of pink hair in the anime and not here. Stop, I'm known as the Team Rocket Fortress. You're not taking another step. So we have Rocket Executive, Golbat. Level 36, so... definitely the strongest Pokemon we've seen a Rocket member use. Okay. And there's Bite. attack. The fortress came down. You've earned my respect, so here's some advice. It's not too late. You can still turn back. Hi, little boy. Remember me from the hideout in Mahogany Town? I lost then, but I won't this time. Rocket Executive wants to battle. There's Arbok. And there's Murkrow. And Vileplume. Just like Jezebel. And we're level 52 with NyQuil. This can't be happening. I fought hard, but I still lost. Gold, isn't it? A brat like you won't appreciate the magnificence of Team Rocket. That's too bad. I really admire your power. Oh, you managed to get this far? You must be quite the trainer. We intend to take over this radio station and announce our comeback. That should bring our boss Giovanni back from his solo training. We're going to regain our former glory. I won't allow you to interfere with our plans. Well, damn, if you were able to organize everything regarding the Slowpoke Well, the area in Mahogany Town, and this all by yourself, I don't know why you need Giovanni. I'm just throwing that out there, but I think you're fine. I think you've demonstrated you can handle Johto on your own. It's definitely a perplexing plot concerning Team Rocket, because conceivably they have pretty decent leadership without him, at least in the games. And there's Houndoom coming. Feint attack. Okay, wasn't sure. If it would be able to go the extra distance with its damage, the answer is no. No, forgive me, Giovanni. How could this be? Our dreams have come to naught. I wasn't up to the task after all. Like Giovanni did before me, I will disband Team Rocket here today. Farewell. Gold, thank you! Your courageous actions have saved Pokemon nationwide. I know it's not much, but please take this. I mean, we got a rainbow ring. There used to be a tower right here in Goldenrod City, but it was old and creaky, so we replaced it with our radio tower. During the teardown, we found that at the top. Heard that giant Pokemon used to fly over Goldenrod in the past. Maybe that fell off a Pokemon. Maybe like the one that appears at Tin Tower in Ecruteak City. Okay, I better go to my office. Alright. Well, that was certainly a plot concerning Team Rocket, I guess. Didn't really establish how they would have used it to take over the world, which I was kind of expecting them to exposit on somewhat, but they didn't. I guess we saved Pokemon nationwide somehow. I wish the game told me how I did. It's so weird, because, I mean, like, impliedly you could just, like, not have the radio on, I guess, and not have to worry about it. But in any event, yay, we did it. I guess that's it for Team Rocket nonsense. So now that we've done that, what was the literal point of that? What was the point of this diversion? I don't think it gave us anything we needed for anything else, right? We got that rainbow wing. Okay, one moment. I think... Let me look at the town. I think we may need to go to one of the previous routes that we didn't go, because I'm kind of at a loss as to where we're headed. So let me go back to Mahogany town's map here. Did we have a different route we could take? Yeah, there was Route 44 to the east of it, wasn't there? So, let me fly to Mahogany. No, Anthony Hiker, I don't want your Matap's looking awesome. Wish I could show you. Hey, listen, I almost caught Rattata the other day. No! Don't tell me about your request to want to join Team Rocket. We already made them disband. You're a little late, buddy. Alright. Let's go to Mahogany. So fly to Mahogany Town. So the only town... Yeah, so if... The only place Claire could be is the top right one. That's the only literal area she could be, because every major town here has been lit up save for the top right. So it sounds like we are heading to the right, and that's going to be the last town. I don't know why I'm doing this. So we just flew, right? So... Gonna win for sure. So, oh, we're already at, oh, that's not a building, it's a literal path. So let's go to Route 44 on my map. Route 44, boom. Quick attack. And then Kadabra. So the final area, assuming it's following anime logic, is going to be Blackthorn City. According to this map, there is an ice path, which is funny because for people who watch the anime in North America, they actually do go through the ice path to get to Blackthorn City. Except that is the one episode that was not dubbed because of Jinx being in it. So none of us would know that if we only watched the anime. I found a useful item shopping, so I bought it with your money. Sorry, it's in your PC. You'll like it. So 44. Let's keep it up there. I don't know why I hit the backspace button here. So, Burnt Berry Tree. I'm assuming that heals burns, but I don't have the inventory space for that nonsense. So I'm ignoring it. I fish until I can't anymore, also battle until I drop. That's my relationship with my Pokemon. Fisher Edgar, a Remoraid. I almost said that evolves into Milotic before I stopped myself, and I'm like, no, that is not correct. That is the Octillery one. This one goes to Octillery. It's Feebas that evolves to Milotic. Also, I think Feebas like weighs a ton, I think canonically, right? Let me go ahead and turn on my water heater. It is quite low. It's in the 120s temperature-wise, so it'll only take about like 90 seconds or so to get back to boiling. This isn't right. Hi, Gold. How are you? It's our mother again. I found a useful item shopping, so I bought it with your money. Sorry, it's in your PC. You'll like it. You look strong. Good trainers seek tough opponents instinctively. There is an Ultra Ball and the area up above. There's also grass on this route, but it's between two surf spots, which is strange. It is strange that you have to go out of your way to get to an area where you can fight Pokemon. Not that I'm really complaining too much. I like the idea of just being able to get to Blackthorn. Cybele defeated. Nope, this won't do it all. Or Sybil. I can tell you're a good trainer by looking at you. I'm good at Pokemon, and I can see that you are too. We have cool trainer Alan with the Charmeleon. Smoke screen may or may not cause some problems. No! It's a total loss on my part. And then he will move out of my way. I'm gonna ignore you. And then we'll get the Ultra Ball here. They're two trainers. I'm not gonna mess with either of them right now. I'll have no choice but to fight this one. Do you know about the legendary bird Pokemon? Which one? There are several. Do they mean like Articuno, Zapdos, Moltres? Do they mean Ho-Oh? What do they mean? Probably Ho-Oh. Level 53. And then Pidgeotto. Trying to not knock over the analog pocket as I'm walking back with my wires. Ooh, you're hot stuff, says the bird trainer. Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres are the 3 legendary bird Pokemon. I heard there are other legendary birds, though. Wow, you're pretty tough. Could you get your phone number? I'll call you for a rematch. No. Okay, just talk to me if you want to get my phone number. I will never speak to you again. Ice Path! Ice Path. Boy, we don't have to use Flash hardly anywhere, do we? My god, I think there was only that one cave, right? Where is Ice Path? There we are. So there's our map. Oh, waterfall is in here. Oh, wait, that's... What is that? We need Whirlpool, right? Or do we have Whirlpool? I don't even remember. Oh, we have it. Okay, we have Whirlpool. I guess, Staryu, you're gonna learn it too. And I guess Waterfall, for that matter, whenever we get that. So at the event, we're going to ride the bike here. We're going to go ahead and open our Pokemon pack. Repel, please. Okay, following the map. Trying to be pretty efficient with my step counts here, if I can do that. Repel's effect wore off. It works on the ice! You can get encounters here or no? In any event, I'll reapply it. One. There's an HM if I go through this ice area, so I should probably do it. And that's the waterfall. I'll go ahead and teach it. Okay, so Staryu is fully loaded up. Okay, so next area, we just need to take a straight shot there. Go down the stairs, or ladder. One goes here. I'm seeing... What? I think I'm out of repels now, which is unfortunate. Either that or I have one left. It is rejoicing. Everyone that wants inventory space can rejoice that I have an extra slot now. I have one left. Okay. Boulder fell through. Looking at the map before I dramatically push anything elsewhere. I was trying to figure out if I do that, am I blocking my only access in? And thankfully it doesn't look like that's the case. Wow, this room seems extremely miserable if you don't have any repels on you. And I'm out of my last one, so... I think it's just this one. Now, do I just fall down, or do I care? We found a max potion. Carbos. Oh, Carbos. Let's go ahead and use it quick. Free up the inventory space. I will eventually use the rare candy on NyQuil. It's just we're gonna wait. I'm surprised my speed can still rise. I didn't think I had any more IV to spare. Or, excuse me, or EV. I think it's EV is the right one I was supposed to say, not IV. IV, I think, is the one that's inherent. I think EV is effort values, which takes work. Okay, so we're here. Bup. 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 Full heal. So now we can go through here, taking us through 3. Never melt ice. No idea what that is. Can we break this with Rock Smash with our Typhlosion NyQuil? Item pocket, please. Let's take a look at that. Powers up ice type moves. Okay, I don't think we'll get any use out of that. It is a Zubat. We already have one. There is a TM for rest coming up. That is not at all how I intended that to work at all. That's more like it. So there's rest. So 5. There was an iron coming up. I think we're about done with this place. Kind of a cool little puzzle. I just wish there weren't random Pokemon encounters in that room. I'm not opposed to the actual dungeon and what it's making you do, though. Oh, that's right, we have the Never Melt Ice, don't we? Here, hold this. An iron. Okay, we still have effort values to spare, apparently. This takes us to floor 6? 6. PP up this way. And then the exit to Blackthorn is to the right. There we go. Let's go ahead and pull open Blackthorn City's map. Blackthorn City map, please. Okay, Dragon's Den is to the north of Blackthorn City's gym, which is canonically consistent with what we saw in the anime as well. Let's see here. Trade place, shop, gym. Wow, you came through the ice path? You must be a real hotshot trainer. Dragonair's cute, but I don't have it. Do you have Dragonair female? Want to trade it for a Rhydon? You don't want to trade? Oh darn. Aru, voices in my head. Huh? I'm listening to my radio. Oh, okay. A little worried there for a minute. Alright, we'll go ahead and heal at the center. I may go to the shop and buy a couple more repels just to have. Oops, I did not mean to drag the entire computer with me as I shifted in the chair. Let me shift everything back into place. Alright. Let's go to sell, please. We'll sell the nugget. If nothing else, self-awake for sleep. We'll sell the mint berry. 5 Pokédollars is fine, I don't care. Burn heal will keep. Everstone, I mean, I can just press B. I don't care about an Everstone. Got an Awakening. Bitterberry. Self-hold for Confusion. We'll toss that. Okay, now we can buy stuff. Max Repel. We'll buy 10. I don't think we're going to need more than that, probably for the remainder of the game. Hyper Potion, Max Potion. And 21 Hyper Potions. 11 full heals. 11 revives. X defends. I think we're good. Bugcatcher Wade. Gotta admit it, how are your Pokemon doing? My Caterpie is really energetic, it's a handful. Hey listen, I almost caught Spinarak the other day. Oh, it was so close too. See you later. Okay, let's talk to Claire. Route 45's to the south, which we ignored for basically the whole game. Anyway, Blackthorn City's gym. That's not it. Our gym leader is waiting for you, however, it would be impossible for a run-of-the-mill trainer to win. There is literally lava in here. Yo, champ in making. It's been a long journey, but we are almost done. Count on me. Claire uses the mythical and sacred, and I almost thought it said red before it was hyphenated, sacred dragon type Pokemon. You can't damage them very easily, but you know, they're supposed to be weak against ice type moves. Yeah, which is why the Icy one would have been a nice little pickup. I don't think it's very strong, though, power-wise, just in terms of everything else that we have access to. Let me go ahead and make some water here. Okay. So I'm assuming Dragonite is going to be her Pokemon, her ace. Your first battle against dragons, I'll show you how tough they are. Cool Trainer Paul with a Dratini. This is not going to be the best of matchups for us. We just have to rip the Band-Aid off. Ooh, especially if they have Dragon Rage, that's not fun. Oh, we got the burn. Thunder Wave did not work, and our burn got the fight done. Another Dratini. Boy, this Dratini is full of annoying moves. Thunder Wave, Dragon Rage. Well, better bust into our pack here. We'll use one super potion, at least for now. Oh, there's stairs? What? What kind of gym is this? It doesn't even look like it's a Biggs building from the outside, though. Oh, are we making a bridge? Oh, that's cool. That's a cool idea. I like that. We go through rigorous training under Claire. I can't afford to lose. We have Fran with the Seadra. I think this is a really bad tight matchup right now. Okay, well, not if that happens. I'm so disgusted, says Fran. Okay. Policy is to use Pokemon that are stronger than Dragon Pokemon. Gold Trainer Cody. Alright. Now that all these trainers are taken care of, we can start pushing stuff. I think there are a couple of trainers in the areas we'll be building a bridge towards. You are special. Okay. So, use strength. So that one's done. Well, this one's kind of straightforward. If I push this one up, it's gonna get stuck immediately. So we have to push this one down. Oh, okay, I get it. Okay, let's go to staircase number 2. Dragons are sacred Pokemon. They are full of life energy. If you're not serious, you won't be able to beat them. Lola with the Dratini. Thunder Wave missed again. And then Dragonair is coming. Now the Flaming Seismic Toss was what won Ash the fight in the gym battle. Thunder Wave finally hit its mark. It took a while, but it ended up happening. Ooh, rough. All right. Full heal on our paralysis. Super potion. 1 and 2. And we are ready to take the gym. I'm Claire. I'm the world's best Dragon Master. I can hold my own against even the Pokemon League's Elite Four. Do you still want to take me on? Fine, let's do it. As a trainer, I'll use my full power against any opponent. Oh, we're actually doing this. We're not having it interrupted. Interesting. So 4 Pokemon. Considerably more than we saw in the anime. Oh, the burn. Thunder Wave hit its mark again. We'll bust out the full heal. That's why I bought so many. Ooh, Surfing Dragonair. Quick attack. Kingdra's coming out. Now Kingdra's gonna be a problem, isn't it? Because Kingdra's water and dragon, so my fire is gonna do like nothing. I'm pretty sure, right? We're still gonna do it. And then we'll do quick attack following it. Okay, yeah, it's a super nothing. This'll hurt. Okay, well that is a lot more damage than I thought we were gonna take. So we may be cooked. 1 critical is enough to end this whole thing. Alright, so we'll go ahead and use quick attack. Yes! We're keeping it competitively close. Yeah, the Surfing Kingdra is not good. Unfortunately, there's not a whole lot I can do. Smoke screen failed. Oh, no! Claire used a hyper potion before my quick attack went off. What? It's bad if I could use 30 and I get it. Not really happy about that. Yeah, I mean, all she needs is one critical hit. We'll have to bust out the revives at that point. Yeah, Kingdra is pretty scary. Okay. This should be the last Hyper Potion we'll have to use, at least at this particular juncture. I think the main problem is that, like, with a dual typing of water and dragon, basically that means, like, I'm doing 0.25 damage by fire, right? So I'm definitely not making a dent here. Nyquil's level 54. Dragonair. They're all gonna surf. Everybody's gonna use surf down here. Thunder Wave. Glad, you know, this is exactly why I went shopping before I went to this exact gym. Exactly why. So Dragon Breath, I don't know what that even does. It sounds like something that might paralyze. Okay, Thunder Wave failed that time. Oh, really? Looked like we had went right over that line, too. Full heal. There's Dragon Breath again. Quick attack. Which we're running out of PP of because of these typings. So final Pokemon is another Dragonair. Now, thinking on it, she never... Kingdra was really the one that the showdown really came down towards in the gym battle. Do I even want to bother healing that? Flame Wheel? critical hit. We'll heal it after the boss. Or the gym leader. Player was defeated. I lost? I don't believe it. There must be some mistake. 4,000 gold. Or Poké Dollars. I won't admit this. I may have lost, but you're still not ready for the Pokemon League. I know. You should take the Dragon User Challenge. Behind this gym is a place called Dragon's Den. Go and bring me the Dragon Fang from deep inside the den. That is the test to be accepted as a true Dragon User. If you can do that, I will accept you as a worthy trainer. Until then, I won't give you a badge. Well, screw you. I think there's something to be said about a trainer that comes to your gym and uses 13 Hyper Potions and 29 full heals to be able to cheese your gym. I think that proves I've got what it takes. That I'm the very best. So we'll go ahead and heal. We may have to buy some more full heals, though. So let me load the map for the Dragon's Den. Okay. We'll be completely fine for this because I am going to be able to use the repels. So that should be fine. More full heals. Let's just go crazy. We'll buy a ton. You never know what the Elite Four is going to bring. Whenever we get to the Pokemon League. We may end up having to go multiple rounds of just curing adverse stuff. Okay. Since Claire the Dragon Master has allowed it, you may enter. Dragon's dead ahead. Well, okay, that's a song. That's a better one. Oh, never mind. Revive. Okay, so there is Max Potion. What is this? And how do I bypass it? Or do I just go like this? Dragon Shrine, a shrine honoring dragon Pokemon said to have lived in the Dragon's Den. What? There's a whirlpool over there. Must be how I get through. Okay, nothing in the bottom right area. There's the Dragon Fang. Alright, I recognize your true power. This badge is your... Where did you come from? Got a rising badge, yay! It'll enable your Pokemon to use the move for climbing waterfalls. Also, all Pokemon will recognize you as a trainer and obey your every command without hesitation. I also want you to have this TM. 24 gives me Dragon Breath. No, it doesn't have anything to do with my breath. If you don't want it, you don't have to take it. So you've collected all the badges. Your destination is the Pokemon League in Indigo Plateau. Do you know how to get there? In the Indigo Plateau? No, I have no idea how to get to the Indigo Plateau. When was that ever established in Johto? From here, go to... Oh, that place. The same place that Ash ended up having to go to New Barktown. Okay, I was about to say, Indigo Plateau is in Kanto, right? I think it's a little bit far away from Johto. Then Surf East. New Barktown, Surf East. The route there is very tough. Don't you dare lose at the Pokemon League. If you do, I'll feel even worse about having lost to you. Okay? Sure. Max Elixir. Okay, Pack. Escape Rope. And Professor Elm's calling us. Hello, Gold, I have something here for you. Could you swing by my lab? See you later. Alright, so fly. Since we have to go there anyway. New Barktown. Alright. Hi, welcome home. You're trying very hard, I see. I've kept your room tidy. Or is this about your money? No. Is daylight saving times over? No. Just do what you can. Hi, Gold. Thanks to you, my research is going great. Take this as a token of my appreciation. We've got a Master Ball. The Master Ball is the best. It's the ultimate ball. It'll catch any Pokemon without fail. It's given only to recognized Pokemon researchers. I think you can make better use of it than I can, Gold. Alright, so they said New Barktown sail east. Let's go to New Barktown. Looks like Route 28 is east. Let's take a look at the map here. Route 28, pull that up. What the? Where does this even connect? It doesn't look like there's any place that logically connects from New Barktown to what they're showing us. Did I read the map wrong? I must have. No, it says Route 28. The Route 28 does not look like it logically connects to New Barktown according to this map. There's no part that shows coming from the left where we'd possibly end up. Alright, whatever. Let's do it. Hey, do you know what you just did? You've taken your first step into Kanto. Check your Pokegear map and see. Oh, okay, it's not... I have no idea map-wise where this is. This doesn't match anything that I'm seeing. Tojo Falls. Did the person upload the wrong map? Let me try looking at like 26 or just something other than 28. No, that's not it either. Oh, they meant to put 27. 27 matches this. Okay. Link between Kanto and Johto is Tojo Falls. Kind of cool that we have a Kanto segment here. It is weird that they can't have their own, I guess, league here. We'll go ahead and use Max Repel because we are going to be surfing. The only reason I'm surfing this way is because the item at the end is a rare candy. And we will absolutely want that. Alright, so Tojo Falls. Yeah, it looks like we have no choice. We have to do Tojo. Let me look it up. We'll probably have to use Waterfall here. Tojo Falls. Yeah, it looks like it's blocked off by Waterfall, so I think that is basically how they gatekeep you from sailing from New Barktown at the start. And just bypassing all of it. There's a Moonstone to the left, but I don't need it, so I'm going to leave it. Yeah, I got that it was an anagram. I just didn't have anything clever to say about it. But I get it. It's rare to see anyone come here. Are you training on your own? No, I've got Pokemon or I wouldn't have made it. Cool trainer Megan. Got Bulbasaur. Get it? We're in Kanto. So I imagine she is going to bring out a Charmander and a Squirtle next. She's just going to have all the starters. Basically a welcome to Kanto hurrah. Oh, Vita, okay, I'm just, or not. Just being flat out wrong. Okay, so we'll go back to Route 27. We can get a sandstorm from inside the building, it looks like. Oh, you're really strong. And what did you buy? Saw this adorable doll, so I bought it with your money. Sorry, it's in your room. You'll love it. A doll? Where are you off to with Pokemon? Pokemon League? Are your Pokemon loyal enough for you to win? Let me see. Your Pokemon trust you very much. It's nice to see a good trainer. Here, a gift for your journey. It happens to be Sandstorm. It's a move that inflicts damage on both battlers. It's for advanced trainers only. Use it if you dare. Good luck. Alright, time to continue on this way. Couple more trainers this way, it looks like. Actually, quite a bit of them. Looks like Route 26 is coming up. Got Blake. Ember? Was Magnezone later? I don't... Or was Magnezone introduced in Gen 2? I cannot remember. We got Quagsire. Amnesia, huh? Then Flame Wheel. Wait, does Flame Wheel use special defense? How is he still alive? I thought Flame Wheel was physical. Well, I guess I learned something. Alright, looks like we've got 3 other trainers on this route, level 55. You're good, aren't you? There's technically a Solar Beam TM if I want to go out of my way past a Whirlpool to get it. Can't see myself using Solar Beam with my NyQuil, so I probably will pass on it. I am content simply knowing it exists. Good trainer can recognize other good trainers. Don't say a thing. Let me guess what you're thinking. I got it. You're on the Pokemon League Challenge. I think after this, we are going to be taking a more extended break. I've done a couple of, stand-up periods whenever I was going over and messing with the water heater, but I do think I needed to take a more extended bit of a break before we actually go through the final stretches of this game, whatever that may entail. Because I don't know what the Pokemon League Challenge is going to be. I'm assuming a big-ass cave. I'm assuming that's in my future. I don't know. It's probably a good indication if the first gen has taught me anything. Execute, okay. Is there I wonder if there's an X special defense type item I can use. I may have to start depending on what Pokemon one of the trainers may have in the Elite Four, start tossing or gobbling those X special defenses before they bring out that respective Pokemon. Just to kind of stay afloat without having to basically hyper potion every freaking turn. Because eventually it's just going to hit the point where if I'm hyper potioning that frequently, I'm just going to lose the war of attrition. Anyway, I am going to go ahead and hydrate everybody. I shall return shortly. Get up, stretch, take a load off. Drain my bank account. I don't remember what that modifies. It probably has something to do with what I had mentioned about getting all of the different items ready for the Elite Four and then like losing the War of Attrition. Thank you for the hydrate. Alright, so we have another trainer, which I guess technically we can skip if we surf. Nope. I'm gonna make them walk 4 steps. You shouldn't underestimate the wild Pokemon in these parts. That is an interesting line, interesting thing for her to warn me about, considering there was no patches of grass except on that one stretch over there. They're not cheap, but at the same time, I'm not buying anything. It's the only thing I'd ever really need to buy is just more of those potions or full heals. Like, for my purposes, there's nothing else I need. So I'm gonna have to start getting the next page up for Route 26, because we're about to hit that. Route 26. Jeez. Vertical much? Let's see here. 3, I don't even know. Trainer. 2 has a PC. I don't think it's a Pokemon Center, though. Trainer. Berry Tree. Trainer. You can hop down some areas for a Max Elixir. Yeah. Several trainers up ahead. And then we have there's a warning that says you cannot pass here without all 8 Johto region gym badges. I'm assuming then that must mean you can do Clair out of order. Because I imagine if you can get Waterfall and permission to use it from Clair, then, you know, because it was our 8th, so we should have qualified right then and there, and we would have had the prowess to use Waterfall to get past that area. So this extra check seems pretty odd that would be utilized at all. I forgot cursor memory. That was terrible. I was trying to use the flame wheel, forgetting that cursor memory was the thing. Yeah, Rock Smash is not good. Okay, we got a critical with that. Much too strong. Alright. So we're now in Route 27. Feeling great today. Feel like I could boot even the league champ. Which I'm wondering who it's going to be now. It could be Lance, although he was identified in the Elite Four, wasn't he, in this game? So I don't think it's Lance. Could be somebody. I mean, who else has been introduced to us personally, other than him? Really, nobody else. Other than the rival, well, the rival can't. I mean, unless the twist here is the rival's gonna say it was actually the champ the entire time, but there's no way that's the twist. With all the thieving and everything else, I don't know. May just be something we don't know, just be, it could be a stranger, because I don't even know. I mean, the anime didn't really hit on the, like, if there was a change in leadership of the Elite Four in the Johto era, they didn't really touch on who it was, other than Lance. The anime specifically listed Lance as being in the Elite Four. Yeah, that's definitely nice, for sure. Oh, I guess that means he's not as of the Johto era. Interesting. He definitely still seems revered, whatever his status is. Yeah, I don't know if there's like some sort of unintentional sequence break that would have allowed you to get here without having all 8 badges, but I just don't see how it's possible unless you could do the gyms out of order. Which maybe you could. If you didn't go through like the ice cave or whatever. Wow, look at all those badges. I'm impressed, but you're not satisfied by just collecting them, right? Okay. So we don't want to go right. We want to go we do want to go right. We don't want to go left. There's Espeon. Swift. We'll use Quick Attack. Looks like we have 4 more trainers to deal with on this path. Okay, 3 more trainers to deal with on this path. What's to the right here? A dead end. There's no items to the right of him, so it's just an encounter we have to take. Yes, very angry Espeon. By experiencing tough powers, you gain... By experiencing tough battles, you obtain power. I guess also tough paddles as well. I don't know what I was trying to say there. We have a Victory Bell. I think that's the first one we fought in the game, too. No. No, it wasn't, because we fought one with the Kimono Sisters. Kingler. Giovanni used one of those. And his gym battle against Gary. And of course, Ash had his. Famously sweeping basically sweeping one of his battles in the league with Kingler. And then Kingler lost to, in the World Cup in Johto, ended up losing to Misty Psyduck. Because it's funny to give it a headache. Alright, so 2 trainers left on this route. To Route 22, Route 28, and Victory Road. I'm assuming we're going to Victory Road, right? I'm making my final preparations for the Pokemon League. There's cool trainer Jake with the Parasect. We'll start using Ember. We're running out of Flame Wheels. It is nuts that at level 56 we still have Ember. I don't know, in my head that just doesn't sound right. I think Flamethrower is 60 from what I've seen with Max Evolution with the Typhlosion, but that's like still crazy to me. Fight through it. Fight through it. I blew it. It's going to be tough to win at the league. I need to do some more training. I hear that the league's Elite Four are tougher than gym leaders. I'm gonna go ahead and top off. One should be fine. I think we only have one more trainer to deal with on this route. And that's you. I lost to a trainer named Silver. He was really strong, but it was as if he absolutely had to win at any cost. I felt sorry for his Pokemon. Cool trainer Beth wants to battle. Sent out Rapidash. About to hit level 57 after this battle. Agility, that is fine because our quick attack is going to outspeed you anyway. Oh, didn't get the kill. We'll go ahead and get the Max Elixir that's down here. Pokemon aren't tools of war. Tell me more about Silver. Pokemon are invaluable lifelong partners. Wow, you're good at battling. Want to give me your phone number? No. Oh, fine then. If you want to get my phone number, just tell me. Yeah, I've been told it's to battle me later, but most of you just want to talk about Pokemon you've always caught. How much of a damper? Why would that be a damper? I mean, as far as, like, what I'm doing right this moment. I'm so antisocial in this game. It's like, But every time the phone rings, it's an unskippable ringing animation, and it's just, I didn't catch Rattata. I'm not even good enough to be a Team Rocket member. And I'm like, I don't care. I don't care what you almost got. I'm sorry. Only traders who have proven themselves may pass. Oh, the 8 badges of Johto. Please, go right ahead, sir. Off to the Pokemon League, are you? The Elite Four are so strong, it's scary, and they're ready for you. This way leads to Mount Silver. You'll see scary, strong Pokemon out there. Alright. Victory Road, please. Okay, I'm gonna have to actually start using some elixirs, I think, or ethers. So we start at A. Full Heal, Max Revive, X Special, Full Restore, Earthquake is in here as well. Can we save in caves? I don't actually know the rules of saving in this game. Yes, we can. Alright. But yeah, I'll check to see where he left off, because I think, because from what I saw in the video, he, like, stopped right before he fell in the Dark World. And I was even saying to myself, is, like, 22 minutes even enough for him to get to the Dark World? And, like, considering, like, he's gonna exposit about every little thing before he gets anywhere. Like, I know, I often feel self-conscious sometimes, because I feel like there are parts of the game where I just read dialogue and don't really insert a whole lot of opinions. Maybe occasional references here and there to, like, shows or things I've watched, but I feel like at other portions are just that entertaining. And then I see Jarrell at the polar opposite end of the spectrum, expositing on every little thing, and I'm like, okay, maybe I'm doing okay. Maybe I'm not that bad. I don't know. It's a little bit of an ego stroke to know that I'm doing somewhat okay in that regard. So I'm looking at this map. Looks like the path to the upper right leads to some items. We'll go ahead and get those. Yep, yeah, supplements and Pokemon found here for the Elite Four. True. I haven't. I am not a YouTuber. I'm not. Oh, is the repel off? Oh, the repel is off. We have to do something about that. We will rectify that and use that right after this fight. You know what? If you're just that close, I will catch you. Clearly, you were not meant to faint. You were meant for greater things. Okay, fine. Damn. Rhyhorn's State is added. It is inept at turning because of its 4 short legs. It can only charge and run in one direction. Pack? But yeah, I guess I'll take a look at what he posted after. Full heal, and then this should be the max revive. And then we will go to exit number 1. I am going to have to start using... Let me check my ether supply. There's no Pokemon Center here, so we're going to have to make do with what we've got here. Now, does Max Elixir fully heal 1 move? Oh, just all the PP. Okay, we have to save that then. Max Ether fully restores of 1. We have 2 regular Ethers. Oh, it doesn't even show the number next to it. Well, I know Flame Wheel needs some, so we'll just use 1 Ether for right now. But it is imperative that I run from everything or have the repel in case we fight literally anybody here. So that is a jump down path. Item C is an X special. I want an X special. I want that. Yeah, that's true. How do you think I looked at the video? To be able to tell that at the end. So 2... Path 2. Interesting. Oh, I get it. I get it. I get it. So 3... Gets a full restore. Full restore is good. Especially if I have to choose between, like, a damaging move that inflicts a status ailment, like what to heal. That's a good emergency item to bust out. Alright. Can I hop the fence? Yes. So we'll go down to 3. Full restore. Oh, I'm out. I'm over encumbered again. Wow, that's scary. I think they, like, if you're like a YouTube Premium Super Duper member, I think they allow you to be like 3 times speed. Because I know it's a setting, because I've like ×2 sped up things before. We are not going to need a burn heal if we're going to be relying on max heals. Full restore, we will happily consume. Go up. Pack. How are we on health? Yeah, let's just go ahead and top you off. Yeah. Which I don't know what at that point needs to be at ×4 speed. I haven't seen anything that's required it yet. So we can hop down here. This is going to get us Earthquake, if I'm reading this correct. Alright. Repel's effect wore off. That is fine. That is why I've bought so many. Hold it. Are you going to take the Pokemon League challenge? Don't make me laugh. You're so much weaker than I am. I'm not like I was before. I now have the best and strongest Pokemon with me. I'm invincible. Gold, I challenge you. He has a full 6-on-6 team. We have a Sneasel. Ruh-roh. Well, guess what? This seems like a good time. So it's both. I'm assuming this means both specials, which we are absolutely going to need to use whenever he brings out his Feraligatr. So I'm going to go ahead and preemptively use it. Oh, it's just special attack? I've been lied to. Oh, the defense sharply falling sucks. No, that kind of undoes a lot, doesn't it? I almost want to counteract by using an X item now, but he might screech again. I can't. That is frustrating. Yeah, I figured you were coming out. That's why I wanted to have everything buffed out before you were sent out. So level 38 Feraligatr. Slash is gonna hurt. 60 damage for a critical hit. Because of the Screech lowering my defense 2 stages. Scary face. My speed fell sharply. My defense is sharply down. This is not looking well for my NyQuil. Golbat. I mean, I think I should at this point. I mean, I'm down 2 stages with defense and speed. Watch Golbat screech. Watch Golbat screech. Okay. That was a strong wing attack. Oh, it was a critical, I see. Saddened to have lost my X special. Haunter. Got a Kadabra. I mean, is he using a team to basically highlight the fact that he has no friends to trade with? I mean, I don't... Am I supposed to be reading into something canonically with this? Alright, there goes Magneton. Silver was defeated. I couldn't win. I gave it everything I had, what you possess and what I lack. I'm beginning to understand what that Dragon Master said to me. I haven't given up on becoming the greatest trainer. I'm going to find out why I can't win and become stronger. When I do, I will challenge you, and I'll beat you down with all my power. You keep at it until then. Okay, bye. Don't get this guy's deal. Where is this? Indigo Plateau. Ultimate goal for trainers. Pokemon League HQ. Nurse Joy, please. Mr. Mime. Either that or it's a War Turtle Sprite. I don't know. Abra. No. You are wrong. That is not. That is incorrect. At the Pokemon League, you'll get tested by the Elite Four. You have to beat them all. If you lose, you have to start all over. Alright. Let's take a look. We've got our NyQuil. Welcome, how may I help you? I don't know if we'll really need this any longer. We'll go to... Can we have this as a fly target, I wonder? Okay, so Indigo Plateau actually just shows up. Oh, it's because we're in Kanto. Wait, can I not fly to any other region? Oh, you can't fly between regions. That's really weird. It looks like you should be able to. But alas, I cannot. Okay, I guess we are not going to be flying to Celadon to see if we can get extra specials. So, I guess we're limited to just what we have here. That's fine. It just means some fights are going to be slower, because I don't have the X items. Unless, of course, our mother bought some. What did you get? A Repel, a Moonstone, and 3 Super Potions. like she was busy with the shopping. Okay. I think we're ready to go to endgame here. Oh, it automatically takes me out, and then I wonder if it'll even let you save at this point. It will let you save at this point. Okay, let's do it. Welcome to Pokemon League Gold. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Will. I don't know who that is. just from the anime, I have no clue who that is. I have trained all around the world, making my psychic Pokemon powerful. And at last, I've been accepted into the Elite Four. I can only keep getting better. Losing is not an option. Elite Four will. Once the battle, got Zaytu, level 40. I guess that makes sense. I guess. Okay. I feel like eventually I'm just gonna have to bite the bullet here and decide when I want to pop my 2 rare candies. Yeah, that's exactly right. Ooh, Slowbro is gonna be unfun to fight. Boy, this is gonna take us a while, actually. Yeah. Yeah. No. No, this is awful. Just all the buffs. What? How strong do you want to be? I am terrified. What's coming? Surf? Water gun? Okay. Well. I'm gonna have to drive into my ether pool. That was the other thing I needed to make sure I had more copies of, was just ethers. I have 1 ether, I think a couple of max ethers, and then like 2 max elixirs. So there's Nyquil's level. We gained 4 HP with that one. Thank you for the hydrate. We have another Zaytu. We defeated the first one, I think, just because we got a critical. I'm positive it would have survived otherwise. Yeah. Quick attack. Max potion? No, my quick attack is faster. Executor, we will be fine. Ember? There we go. And then Jinx, which will still also be fine. The only problem is that Jinx, as we saw in that other battle, does not give a whole lot of EXP, which is the real reason that Jinx stopped showing up in a lot of the anime episodes. There's not enough EXP for everybody. Will was defeated. I can't believe it. 4,200 Poké-Dollars. Even though I was defeated, I won't change my course. I will continue battling until I stand above all trainers. Now Gold, move on and experience the true ferocity of the Elite Four. Okay, so talking with you just repeats that. So there's no point in talking to any of them a second time. Alright, so Pack. Super Potion. 1. And then 2. We're so close to Flamethrower. Let me see if I can figure out who is next. No, I don't know. I guess we'll keep it a surprise. Wahaha! I am Koga. Koga is no longer running the gym. Koga of the Elite Four. Oh, really? Yeah, I'm like in the anime, I'm like, who in the world is Will? Will wasn't discussed in Johto, as far as I know. Wasn't discussed at all. I live in shadows, a ninja. My intricate style will confound and destroy you. Confusion, sleep, poison. Prepare to be the victim of my sinister technique. Fwahaha. Pokemon is not merely about brute force. You shall see soon enough. Now, Koga's protege was seen in Johto. Koga was not. We did have one episode where she showed up. Yeah, I guess he did. Alright, take that, Ariados. Fortress. I know about Fortress because of Brock's Pineco, and boy, that thing loved to blow up. So maybe we ought to stick with Flame Wheel and hope we can kill it first. I doubt it, and it's gonna blow up in my face anyway. Okay, lucky us. Muck. Okay. Pretty low-level Elite Four. Were the Kanto ones like in the 50s, or am I just kind of imagining? I felt like they were higher level. Ooh, toxic. We've 32 full heals. I think we get a spare one. Sludge Bomb. I feel like after this fight, we'll probably go ahead and use the 2 rare candies. Because I don't know who's coming up after this. Yeah, I was gonna say, in my mind, I felt like the Elite Four had a much higher level cap than the levels in this game. For them being weaker in this, I guess they really want to push post game. That's the only reason I can think of. And there goes the Venomoth. And we're 59. You have proven your worth. I subjected you to everything I could muster, but my efforts failed. I must hone my skills. Go on to the next room and put your abilities to the test. Alright, pack. Oh, we had a lone antidote we could have thrown against the poison. And freed up inventory space at the same time. So, oops. Okay, so I probably should have done 2 rare candies and then the super potion, but I'm dumb. Oh, okay, it'll actually it'll actually fill up the HP for the level up. So we can finally learn Flamethrower. And then 1 more rare candy. Level 61. And we are set. Okay, Bruno is the familiar face. I'm Bruno of the Elite Four. I always trained to the extreme because I believe in our potential. That is how we became strong. Can you withstand our power? I see no fear in you. You look determined. Perfect for battle. Ready, Gold? You will bow down to our overwhelming power. Hoo-ha! The Forbidden Ditty combo. Alright, Elite Four Bruno with 5 Pokemon sends out Hitmontop. We'll get some use out of it now. We want to save as much of that as we can and use Flame Wheel. Onyx. We're probably better off going the special route rather than going a physical Flame Wheel route. Although I'm still on the fence as to whether Flame Wheel is actually physical or special or what, because it's confusing. But in any event, oh, we got a critical. Machamp. Level 46. Cross Chop. Pretty good. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised. I'm like, when's the point where I'm actually going to have to bite the bullet and grind here, and it just hasn't happened. Yeah, NyQuil is, you know, there's surprisingly few just straight water threats in this game. To the point where Claire was really the only roadblock. Although, we're about to face Lance. Unless Lance is not in the Elite Four, in which case Lance is somewhere else. I feel like we've got to fight Lance because they're not going to have a cool establishing moment with Lance being as part of this part to stop Team Rocket, and then like he disappears for the rest of the game. Unless he's in post-game and we'll never see him again. I don't know, but if we have to fight Lance, we're probably going to struggle the most with him. Having lost, I have no right to say anything. Go face your next challenge. I feel like the answer might have been yes. Believe me, I didn't plan this on purpose. I just kind of liked Cyndaquil as a starter. It was either going to be Cyndaquil or Chikorita. I don't hate Totodile, it's just I vibe with it the least. Okay, that... You don't look like Lance. Are you Agatha? I am Karen of the Elite Four. What, did you yell at a manager until you made it here? Your gold? How amusing. I love dark-type Pokemon. I find their wild, tough image to be so appealing, and they're so strong. Think you can take them? Just try to entertain me. Let's go. Alright, Karen. Don't know anything about Karen from anything, so I have no idea what you use. At least for Karen wants to battle. We have Umbreon. Feint attack. Quick attack. Oh no! Not enough. Gengar. What are the chances you're going to use Hypnosis right now and put me to sleep? Lick? Okay. That is fine. Yes! What a interesting choice. Who's gonna tell her? Murkrow? We're getting ready to probably use an Ether or maybe even a Max Elixir pretty soon. No. I decided there's really no point this late in the game getting it, so I just didn't get it. I mean, I'm like, I need all the EXP for myself. There's just no point in getting EXP on anybody. I need it all. If it was earlier in the game, I would have experimented with it and divided the EXP, but this late I need it all. I think he's gonna he's gonna survive with like about a tiny sliver, or she's gonna survive with a tiny sliver. Yep. Crunch, which I think lowers defense if it gets the secondary. It did not, thankfully. Do I want to heal or do I want to not? Max. Oh. No. Okay, got a critical hit. Level 62. And Vileplume. But yeah, this has been a rare stream for me, Mackenzel, in that there's been no off-stream anything. Like, I have not done anything off-stream. Like, all the gameplay of this game, everything that I've streamed is the only thing that I've done. Stun Spore. Alright, we'll see how this goes. Petal Dance. I think that is perfect accuracy, right? I think it's one of those moves that has like that weird little quality. Fully paralyzed. Yeah, it is, isn't it? I'm not saying it's right, I'm just saying that that's what's ended up happening. Fully paralyzed again. I'd like to try to heal after this. There we go. We'll use the full heal after. Alright. Well, aren't you good? I'd like that in a trainer. What a sprite. I know it's supposed to be like a black dress, but it's just like weird. It doesn't look like she's wearing a dress in certain areas, but she is. Strong Pokemon, weak Pokemon. That is only the selfish perception of people. Truly skilled trainers should try to win with their favorites. I like your style. You understand what's important. Do I? I don't think my team reflects that at all. Go on, the champion is waiting. Yes, it's a very strange pose. For sure. Alright, let's go ahead and use a full heal. We do not want to walk into the champion battle being miserably low. It's gotta be Lance. If there's a champion fight, it's Lance. I mean, our rival went the other way. I don't think it's our rival. Alright. Okay. Can't examine it. One very important thing I need to do. Let's just do that now. My god, that would have been a miserable fight to have pawned him without doing that. It is, Lance. I've been waiting for you. Gold, I knew that you with your skills would eventually reach me here. There's no need for words now. We will battle to determine who is the stronger of the two of us. As the most powerful trainer and as the Pokemon League champion, I, Lance the Dragon Master, accept your challenge. Alright. Love this, right? Champion Lance wants the battle. Gyarados, starter is terrifying. The atrocious Pokemon. Gotta start strong. Yeah, basically shows up like Gligar Man. Like, Gligar Man. Let's see here. Flamethrower, Flame Wheel. Yeah! I gotta do it. Don't like that. I don't like that at all. That's gonna lower the power of all my fire moves also, right? Yep, it sure did. We may be at a point where we have to gobble hyper potions, which means we're dead. If that's the case. Okay, so it did 70. So not quite there yet. We're basically forced to use quick attack at this point. They never used the PP up. Oops. We'll go ahead and get the quick attack to kill off the Gyarados, but I know we're going to be fighting Dragonite. I mean, that is such a Lance Pokemon. Aerodactyl. Can Aerodactyl do anything that would bother me? Rain is over. Hate to flame on your parade. Well, I'm doing, you know, I'm doing my best. Okay, we got the burn. That's gonna help. Ooh, especially since he has a rock slide. Especially since he has rock slide. You know, I don't know about quick attack. I think it is, I don't know, I can't guarantee I'll kill in one shot. I need the wheel. Okay, is he gonna bring out Dragonite? Yeah. Figured, but what, he still has other Pokemon. 47. Yeah, I mean, we have to do the Hyper Potion. Do you know Surf? Stop. That's so mean. Okay, so Thunder finally missed. We'll go for Flamethrower. I'm expecting to knock off maybe a quarter to a third of his health. Yeah. Kite. Must recharge, but you're gonna throw a max potion. I already know how this is gonna go. Okay, it's not. Never mind. Fights with honor. All right, so Dragonite gave 2,194 EXP. What? So which is the real one? So another 47 one. It's the same moveset. I've got a Hyper Potion again. Not only that, but he's gonna use the same moves in the same order and followed by Thunder. Okay, Hyper Beam this time. Alright, Flamethrower. Good critical hit. There goes Dragonite. Charizard. You know, the famous dragon Pokemon. Level 46. We'll go ahead and toss a Flamethrower out. Hyper Beam as well. They're just throwing them out there. Now, unfortunately, we're probably putting him at at max potion range. Oh, never mind, we got a critical. Okay, so level 63. And Lance, of course, 3 Dragonites. Oh, this one's level 50. It's the real one. I'll go ahead and use the Hyper Potion. Thunderwave. Outrage. Pretty good. So it's gonna go off, I think, a couple of rounds and then leave him confused. So I'll Flamethrower. One more. And then I think Outrage is gonna go one more turn and then leave Dragonite confused. Oh, we got the burn. Oh, he's already confused. And he hurt himself. And he's getting burned. Quick attack! Full restore! No! If only. Outrage again. Hyper Potion. Outrage again. We may use exactly the right amount of flamethrowers here to end it. Just got a Rock Smash. The best move of the entire game. Champion Lance was defeated. It's over. But it's an odd feeling. I'm not angry that I lost. In fact, I feel happy. Happy that I witnessed the rise of the great new champion that would disrespect me in the middle of battle by using Rock Smash. Way to go, Guard. Send some to Mom. Whew! You have become truly powerful. Hang on. I've got to get a call from Bugcatcher Wade. It's really important. Oh, what's that? You fought a Rattata? Okay, great. Gold, your Pokemon have responded to your strong and upstanding nature. As a trainer, you will continue to grow strong with your Pokemon. Oh no! It's all over! Professor Oak, if you weren't so slow... Ah, Gold. It's been a long while. You certainly look more mature. Your conquest of the League is just fantastic. Your dedication, trust, and love for your Pokemon made this happen. Your Pokemon were outstanding too. Because they believed in you as a trainer, they persevered. Congratulations, Gold. Let's interview the brand new champion. This is getting to be a bit too noisy. Gold, could you come with me? Bear Kidney! Hello! We did it! We made it to the end. Oh wait, we haven't done the interview! Yes, that is true. It's been a long time since I last came here. This is where we honor the League champions for all eternity. Their courageous Pokemon are also inducted. Here today we witness the rise of a new League champion, a trainer who feels compassion for and trust in his Pokemon, singular, exactly what Pokemon he has trusted. A trainer who succeeded through perseverance and determination, the new League champion who has all the makings of greatness. Gold, allow me to register you and your partners as champions. Saving record, don't turn off. We got our Typhlosion NyQuil. How would it handle eggs? Like if I just brought like a whole party full of eggs. We got our Spearow Kenya, who flew us to great distances. We've got our strength user, Muscle. we've got a Staryu, which is a Pokemon we caught. Waterfall, Whirlpool, and Surf. We've got Gyarados. Not really a whole lot that Gyarados did. And we've got Gold. Playtime 11 hours, 42 minutes exactly. Granted, I think some of that time was, like a little bit of that time was leaving the game on in the Rocket Corner after a stream. 31 Pokemon owned, 158 Pokemon seen. Yeah. Professor Oak's rating. I don't know if I want to hear it. You're getting good at this, but you have a long way to go. Sounds fair. And that's Pokemon Gold. Oh, that's a cute little dancing blossom backdrop. So, as I kind of alluded to at the beginning of this stream, and kind of as I've been playing here, I think I'm kind of diametrically opposed to the Pokemon formula. I think this game is good enough to get a 75 score. I think it is going to get a recommendation. Like, if someone asks me, should you play it, I'm going to say yes. Because the flow to it is just so good that you can get through a lot of areas, as I've proven, with little to no sweat off of your back. If without really having to stop and do a whole lot of extra grinding. If you fight the trainers that are on your way, take a couple of fights on the routes, you are more than amply prepared for like anything else the rest of the game is going to throw at you. The problem is one-on-one fighting, even back in this era, has not really aged well. It is far too slow, it is far too archaic, and they give EXP share after you get the red scale, which is quite a lot later in the game, where I feel like I really needed it earlier. It's one of those things where I didn't want to touch any other Pokemon, because I basically knew I was going to have to start from zero and build them all the way up. Yes, you can put them at the start of your party, swap in a stronger party member, take a hit to the face because you swapped and that uses a turn, and then defeat the Pokemon, then get the EXP and split them towards people, but that's just too many steps. It takes forever. It's one of those things where it's just like, I didn't want to engage in the game in that fashion, because I knew if I did, I'd give the game a lower score. And I wanted to try to do what I could, the best that I could, based off of everything that I really had in front of me at the time. I do feel this is, and I don't know what the consensus is. Here's my gut feeling, and then what my follow-up is going to be to my gut feeling. I think this is the worst rival we've seen in all of the Pokemon games I've ever played. Now, granted, you have to keep in mind I've not played Gen 3, Gen 4, and Gen 5, and I've seen, the rivals from the other games. But this is the, hey Chaos, welcome. Yeah, you missed the ending where Typhlosion swept the entire league, and basically no other Pokemon were used for most of the entire playthrough. It was a little over 11 hours, I think 11 hours, 30 minutes for the full completion of the game. But my gut feeling is that the rival is one of the worst rivals in all of Pokemon, which means that they're probably the favorite and beloved by everybody, and probably a fan favorite across all of the games that have ever been released in Pokemon ever. But like the rival doesn't do anything. They don't even convince me they're my rival. They kind of show up outside of Elm's lab. They kind of shoulder check us. They walk out, and then they kidnap the Pokemon later, and then we battle them. And at no point did I ever feel that I was someone this person wanted to have a rivalry with. I never really understood why they were beefing with us. I don't understand why they were wanting to get stronger. I don't understand why they needed to prove themselves at any cost. Like, none of that was explained. They're just kind of wanting power for the sake of wanting power, I guess. I don't know. And then they're like, okay, I'll fight you later, and then they don't fight me later. Maybe there's going to be a post-game nonsense or something that justifies why they're being the way they are. But from what I've seen from, like, the main game content, they are, like, the worst rival insofar as they have not established any real basis to be a foil to me. other than the fact that I happened to be right outside Elm's lab at the beginning, and I happened to walk across them one time when they freshly kidnapped the Pokemon. I don't know. It just feels it feels kind of strange. And the thing is, I probably would not care about the one-on-one Pokemon formula if I was a teenager, if I was a younger kid, if I were somebody who was playing this game when it freshly came out, where I wouldn't have cared if I beat this game in a single sitting, or let alone 3 single sittings, or if this was something I'd be playing for like the entirety of a summer. The reality of the situation is a game telling me that the content is unlocked on Tuesday morning, Thursday morning, Saturday morning. It means nothing to me when I have a 50+ hour a week job that I'm working and I can't access it at the beginning. As soon as I learned that there were events and things that were tied towards certain dates, certain times, it immediately instilled upon me at the very, very beginning, well, I'm not going to be able to max the game. What's the point? So I'm not going to be able to play the game Tuesday. I suppose I can change the calendar 30,000 times to try to unlock all of these different things at different times. But it's another one of the things where the game is trying to justify its longevity. You can't farm too many berries too quickly. You can't get all of these Pokeballs too quickly, and we're going to want to justify the existence of these Pokeballs, so the catch rate of normal Pokeballs are going to be atrocious. You've got to get the Lure Ball, you've got to get the Heavy Ball, you got to get all of these balls, and it's just one of those things where I'm just like, I don't know. I like being able to engage with games and not necessarily have to engage with them at certain times. But I understand. It came out in an era of games where people were fresh off the Tamagotchis, were getting more used and acclimated to games that kind of set up children for like the real world. You know, being able to attend to something at certain times, to be able to play at certain times or certain intervals, and just kind of get playing on like some kind of a schedule. Which, in that kind of a sense, I appreciate, but in terms of where I'm at right now, 37, about to be 38 years old, with a very, very sporadic work schedule, it just made it more difficult to to have any sort of real hope of being able to integrate other Pokemon into the front lines and make them usable. Um, I from what I've seen in later generations, they do introduce EXP share, which I think is like basically going to be mandatory for me being able to really play and enjoy it, and or some other way to cheat out an EXP share like experience. Such as what I heard and relayed about my sister having like a pickup ability with like a Zigzagoon or something, and she was able to get like rare candies and stuff like that. That's helpful. I mean, that's useful in making like other Pokemon battle ready. I don't think I'd be opposed to one-on-one combat if there's a way to artificially give other Pokemon higher levels. But it's I mean, all the same, I don't want this to sound like I hate Pokemon Gold. It has good music, it has really pretty Pokemon, and the flow is fantastic. And flow is one of the highest things. It's why Ancient Roman got a 79, despite the game being like very, very garbage in a number of respects, including combat and everything else, is because it's no sweat off my back. If you can even trick me, if you can convince me and or trick me into thinking it is no big deal to go through one more cave, one more gym battle, one more something, and versus RPGs of the now, which is 40 minutes of cutscenes or a 1 hour dungeon. You've been playing for 2 hours. Do you have another 40 minutes in you? No, I really don't. I'm done now. Can we stop? Can we please stop? And but these are with these games and just being able to go, okay, it's like maybe going to be 7 minutes to go through this route. It's going to be like 10 minutes to go through this gym. No big deal. Like at that point, I'm like, I don't care about going the extra mile. It's so easy. It's so attainable. But training these Pokemon fresh, it's just not. It's just not appealing or tantalizing in any way. I didn't want to catch anything. I didn't want to raise anything. And I don't know. I feel like I've really said most of what I have to say. The game's gonna stand, I think, really at a 75. My impression is I liked Gen 1 better, but I was also at an age where I think I was a lot more patient than I am now. A lot more patient. I do know there's more to this game, or did we do Kanto? Uh, no, we have done nothing about Kanto. I know that they had the Indigo Plateau and there were some routes that were broken out, but no, I've done nothing regarding that, and I probably am not going to engage. And you can spoil as much as you want. I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna do the post game. I've talked about the rival. I've talked about the experience itself. But I don't. There's not really enough here to justify doing the post game since it's just kind of more stuff to the side. Wait, what? What do you mean all of Kanto is in this? How is all of Kanto in this? What do you mean when you say all of Kanto? What do you mean? Do you mean like literally, like all the gyms, all the areas, like the Safari Zone, the Celadon City, the Rocket Game Corner that's there? What is kind of funny is up until Gym 7 or 8, I was trying to parse out why is the pacing like this? It felt like I was hitting a gym without really trying too hard, and I was wondering what the rush was. I was enjoying it because I was getting through the game quickly, but I was curious as to why it was paced the way that it was, but what you're saying makes more sense now in hindsight. Well, I guess, yeah, I guess it would have to be higher level at this particular point to make sense. Yeah, I just, I mean, I feel like, again, this is one of the things where if it was 20 years ago, I'd probably say, yes, this is the best game ever, hands down, no question. But I can't say a game is the best if I don't even want to catch the Pokemon and train the other buggers. That's the part that I think is tough, is because, while I'm getting through the game quickly, I am adamantly refusing to engage with the game's main content. The main point of the game is to catch Pokemon, to train them and raise them and rotate your party members, and I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. And so I feel like, you know, where I'm keeping the score is justified in light of all of that. Is because it's not like I loved the battling in Ancient Roman when I played it. It's not like I thought the cutscenes were incredible in Ancient Roman. It's not like I thought the music was great in Ancient Roman. It was positively in some cases almost like Resident Evil Director's Cut basement quality songs. And it's just one of those situations where, it had great flow to it, even if I didn't really vibe with the main content in several points. Yeah, there's always the EXP share, although this late in the game with like level 6 Pokemon and a bunch of other stuff, I don't really know, what I would really, want to do with that late. I really think it's something you need earlier. You can choose whether to use it or not. There's definitely downsides to using it, and that it's going to take you a lot longer to probably get some of your early game Pokemon leveled up, at least your starter leveled up, frontline person, if you're having to spread it evenly. Like, you're going to have to grind. It's going to be a very start-heavy grind, where it may not have been otherwise. But, it's insane that they are able to fit Kanto into this. Wow. What's the rival's deal? Does the rival serve any purpose at all? I mean, like I said, I feel he's the worst rival, which means people are probably gonna say he's the best rival, and I'm failing to see how. Oh, he's the Giovanni fucker, from Twilight Wings. Oh. Okay. I guess that explains why he cares about Team Rocket a little bit. Okay, so he's just the mean rival that happens to be Giovanni's kid. Okay, I mean, Giovanni didn't even show up in the game, which I appreciate. I appreciate that the twist is that Giovanni wasn't back. It's just a bunch of people trying to carry on Giovanni's legacy while trying to get him to go forward. I think I would have had a negative impression if Giovanni actually showed up. So I'm glad they kind of stopped short of that. and just said he was kind of off, like, training somewhere. Which, being off training somewhere can mean a lot of different things. It doesn't mean, like, he can be training to bring back Team Rocket. I mean, obviously, he had to go on a journey once he disbanded Team Rocket, and I'm assuming that's what they meant. But okay. Yeah, I mean, even knowing that, that really doesn't change much about my exposure. I'm sure, like, later on in the game, he's gonna say I'm Giovanni's son, or something to that effect, but, yeah, I guess that raises the question, who's the, Viridian City gym leader at that particular point? Is Giovanni still running it, or did somebody else take its place? I don't know. But yeah, that's definitely intriguing, that they fit everything in, to that. I will say this, I was expecting more of this game's world building than I ended up getting. I suppose it's, it's maybe an argument that may not be understood. Like, of course, the anime is going to go into more detail about lore and storytelling than the games would. But I thought it'd be the reverse. I thought, the anime would be very Ash-focused and Ash-centric. And it's like, oh, what should we do in this new town? And Ash would be like, gym battle, shut up, we're not doing anything else, gym battle. But the way that gym leaders were introduced as, like, real people before Ash would even, like, fight them in a gym, to where their Pokemon would just casually be introduced before you'd see them at a gym, and then knowing immediately who their ace was going to be that they were going to have to use, and figuring out, like, how is Ash going to compete with this Pokemon that did this casually in this one area. I mean, that was, like, the best part of it. But, like, even being able to see Pryce early and Claire early, like, even before the 7th and 8th gym battle, was pretty awesome in this. And, like, I expected more about, like, the Pokemon fossils, like how the anime was all about Pokemon life originating in the sea, with the Ammonite Amistar, and more of the theory building that was done at, the Runes of Alph in the anime. Really wasn't touched on here much. I know the Runes of Alph seemed to be about unknowns, and that was it. Kind of boring. Kind of a really boring location. You got the Ultimate Final Showdown Super Boss at the end of the game. Yeah, I mean, I guess that might be cool, but maybe not if I'm just playing as Typhlosion. Probably not. I think that's... I think what I did is probably as far as I'll get, at least with this. Deltarune is not tomorrow, as much as I'd like for it to be tomorrow, so it is not something that I'm going to be able to engage with on Tuesday or Saturday. So Gold, I think we are effectively finished with right now. I'll think of something, or I won't. Either way, if you enjoyed end credits of this game, we will probably be end crediting Lufia 3. The other Game Boy Color game, and the game that I recommend more than Gold. Sorry, Gold fans. But Lufia 3 has me in its clutches. It does have, repetitive dungeon elements to it, but, like, the boss fights and everything you do, they justify the means. Everybody becomes such a necessary party. Even having 9 people, all 9 are necessary. I don't really see the point. I mean, I'm only going to use Typhlosion, and I don't think there's any organic way any of my other Pokemon are going to get stronger without me wasting inordinate amounts of time grinding other people to be ready, and I just don't really feel like I have that in me. That involves a little bit more work that I'm really willing to do, for a game of this caliber. So I'm not going to engage with the post game. I don't think it's 75. I think is where the game is going to be regardless. I think I'm actually going to start losing points if I have to start using the other Pokemon. Yeah, again, I'm not saying, like, part of there's no part of me is really saying I think this game is bad. I think part of it is me saying I'm bad. Like, I think part of this is just that I'm just not in a position in my life where I can appreciate this game fully. And that I'm just diametrically opposing the Pokemon formula. Despite, like, loving the anime, one-on-one combat is just not a fun way to engage with the world. And it leaves everybody else kind of lagging in the dust. You have to bring somebody else to the front line. You have to swap them out painstakingly to get the EXP for them, for the stronger members, and just have every fight be like that. And I just don't like that. I don't like the idea of combat being that slow and that deliberate to be able to raise somebody up. But yeah. No, I agree with you. It is sad. I mean, like, I think, I mean, especially hearing like they're able to fit all of. I don't even know how they were able to do that. That's kind of nuts because I mean, the game felt rushed, but I mean, it was still like, and it was still. I feel like if you cut out talking to some of the NPCs and things that I did at the beginning, you could beat this game. Well, obviously speed runs exist, but I feel like casually you could beat this game in about like 10.5 hours or less. Like as a casual player, I think that's definitely attainable. Um, I think NyQuil is the clear winner in terms of starters, though. I don't know if I could have done it with any other starter. I think there would have been too much opposition because there were ice-type trainers, so rest in peace, Meganium. So that's not going to be fun. I mean, there's just like, again, price exists. There's not really a straight water that was real that I really noticed in terms of like significantly scary trainers or anything like that. So, but that's yeah. I mean that's this is definitely a game that exists to be played across a longer period of time, which is just something that for the content I'm experiencing is just really not for me right now. I do plan on touching the other gens, though. Just I don't know when I'm going to get to Gen 3. I'd like to touch it this year. There are quite a bit more episodes to compare, anime-wise, considering that Advanced had over 190 episodes, like Diamond and Pearl did. They both had over 190. And no, I didn't get Ho-Oh. I actually didn't bother going. I knew that I could go to the tower to get Ho-Oh, but I'm just like, I don't. We kind of got the Master Ball right before we were about to go to the league, so I didn't bother and go back to get Ho-Oh either. I knew that the tower was available early. I just didn't go into I just kind of bypassed it and kind of let it go to the wayside because of the fact that I knew that I wasn't going to be able to defeat them with I think at that time my Pokemon might have been like in the level 20s. I heard you could get both, but it involved extra work for the opposite counterparts. So like for Silver, you'd have to do extra work to get Ho-Oh, but in Gold you don't have to do the extra work to get Ho-Oh, and vice versa for the respective generations. But I knew that you could do it, and I think it involves the Whirl Islands that I skipped, because I didn't have Whirlpool, I had to skip it. Chaos, you are 100% correct. I expected an anime that introduced the, Team Flare Episode 2. It introduced Team Flare Episode 2, and right before the 100th episode, involves, like, the rivalry the clash between Team Aqua and Team Magma, and all of these one-off episodes that went nowhere with them gathering information and data about Groudon and Kyogre, only to catch them off screen. Huh? What was that? Wouldn't that have been a better episode to show rather than episode 4 of Team Aqua, Team Flare, of them gathering information and getting away and, like, doing nothing? I think that it would have been a much better, exciting episode if they showed how they actually acquired the Pokemon, but we skipped that, only to have a very bad series of episodes about the finale regarding Kyogre and Groudon. Yeah. Well, I'm not. I'm actually kind of partial to Battle Frontier. What I'm not partial to is Harley's introduction. Harley I like, but he was introduced way too late. He was introduced after episode 100, when May had already qualified for a grand festival, meaning she already proved her worth at multiple Pokemon contests. And Harley's whole gimmick is about manipulating and beating other people by making them feel overconfident, or giving them bad advice, or telling them to do dumb stuff, where somebody who's already gone to a grand festival, like before you met Harley, shouldn't really fall for. So I felt like if Harley was introduced early, it would have been fine. But Harley being introduced later, like around the time period that Ash was starting to pursue Battle Frontier stuff, kind of a miss. Kind of a great character idea, executed too late. But it's definitely low for me in terms of some of the rivalries, because it, like Johto, introduced rivals way too late. Like, rivals literally on the eve of the tournament, only to serve as people that Ash would end up fighting in the actual tournament itself. The Battle Frontier I did like, because it caused Ash to dig deep into his Pokemon reserves for certain battles, which I always enjoy when you see Pokemon other than just plain Charizard being brought back. Whenever you're able to just dip into a supply to bring out to other ones. But yeah, it's not the best. Johto is my second to last favorite, and then my first is still Black and White. Although I think the world building in Johto is excellent. Like, it has a great world. Um, and it tries its best to try to build like Pokemon backstory and origins, and like the mystery of Slowpoke's yawning, and it bringing rain, and all of these different stories that kind of further like the mystery of the world and make you be like, oh, that's kind of cool. But yeah, Advanced was a very overly long season. Largely in part of because it had to do the Battle Frontier. So I'm expecting the Battle Frontier to be in Ruby or Sapphire. I will probably be more inclined to engage with its content, especially if there's like pickup Zigzagoons or things that might get me rare candies or ways to kind of bypass the EXP share. Um, yeah, Sun and Moon. Um, no joke, it's almost my favorite. I still like Season 1 the best, just in terms of its wacky, expansive world. Obviously, it's a flawed season in a number of respects. Ash only having 3 legitimate gym battles out of 8 is pretty pitiful. Ash and Gary not even having a single battle all of Season 1. To where people may not have even known that Squirtle was Gary's starter. There was so little reinforcement of what Gary's Pokemon team was that I think a lot of people that watched Johto were like, "Whoa, he picked Squirtle as a starter? I didn't know that." And it was just an underdeveloped rivalry. There were a number of flaws Season 1 had, but I think it still ends up being my favorite in terms of world building. Team Rocket actually being very funny, interesting villains, but Sun and Moon is a very close second. Very, very close second. It is by far. It went from being a season that was it went from, it's one thing to win a league or feel that you are in a region. It's another to feel like you're a part of it. And Sun and Moon was all about family and togetherness, not only for Ash, but for Team Rocket. Even for the main villains of the show, I think there was definitely a presence there for them. I think the characters were very, very strong in Sun and Moon. I think they did a good job with the League. I think they did a wonderful job with it. They really took their time. They did not rush it, as I've seen them do with numerous battles in other leagues. I liked that the individuals called out Ash for various nonsense, for having access to like special Pokemon out of nowhere, for basically, and then like the grand trial that Ash went through. Um, who was the I'm trying to remember his name. Um, the one person who had ties to Giovanni in the anime that we were, I think it's not that's Nanu. I think might have been the individual. I'm trying to think of somebody that started with N. I think it was Nanu, if I'm remembering the name correctly. Basically, saying that Ash's, willingness to get like riled up to anger, responding to his taunts, and being so afraid of his counter as to being able to do anything, and like how he's holding back all of his Pokemon by just being such an immature child and believing in all of these bonds, and his Pokemon would be fine without him. Just like call outs that I felt needed to happen, at various points throughout the series. Yeah, it's like night and day. It's like sun and moon. I see what you did there. Yeah, day and night. But yeah, I am the thing is I have nostalgia for the anime. I think like people would have nostalgia for the games. And but the Sun and Moon anime is absolutely 100% a recommended watch for everybody. Now, Diamond and Pearl is my third. I think we basically have similar lists, except our second and third place is reversed. But I can 100% see the argument about why Diamond and Pearl is the second best. Because Ash had so many people in that anime to test him. He had to come up with the counter shield strategy, which was so effective a strategy it even got adopted into the Masters tournament in the Journeys anime, where both Leon and I believe where both Leon and Ash ultimately ended up using it to great effectiveness, and then Paul even used it and adopted it when he recognized how good of a strategy it was. Now Ash took a number of losses that season, but they were losses that made him stronger as a character, that made his team stronger. And the losses felt like they served a greater narrative purpose. Um, I feel like Tobias has been talked about to death, so I won't add much more to that other than like Tobias, and kind of leave it at that. But I mean, basically, there was really nobody else that could stand up to Ash at that particular point. Like narratively, he was just too strong at that particular point. Once everything else had been bypassed. But Paul's one of the greatest rivals that ever existed. Just because he helped Ash grow, Ash helped him grow. They had different definitions about what it meant to grow strong. And then Cynthia had this entire speech for like 2 minutes as they were parting about how much they've influenced each other's lives and touched each other, and how they're destined to meet in the Masters tournament. And then they didn't do it. They had Paul show up. He's a gym leader now. He ended up using a team of different Pokemon that Ash was going to eventually fight whenever he fought Steven, and they didn't even fight in the Masters 8, which I was really disappointed by. I wanted them to fight in the actual tournament because Cynthia built it up, and it didn't happen. It didn't happen. Like Ash versus Steven Stone, how many Metagrosses does Pikachu need to destroy? Like, how many? Like, I get some people wanted another Elan battle, but like, I knew it couldn't happen. Like, Ash versus a Charizard, and then Ash versus another Charizard. Yeah, yeah, obviously they couldn't do that, so they had to have Elan fought by somebody else. But I would have loved for if Steven was just replaced by Paul, especially since Paul's team was only comprised in that battle of Pokemon that Ash was going to fight with Steven. That was the whole team buildup that Paul made, was to have Pokemon so that Ash, like without telling Ash, Go figured it out, that Ash was going to be using in his battle against, that Ash would be encountering in his battle against Steven. And so I felt like they could have just had Paul there in the Masters 8, just have him be in the Masters 8. It would have fulfilled all the setup that Cynthia had done, and it would have just been an easy one-to-one swap, I felt. I don't know. What do I know? And then Ash could have easily had that as the first battle. Could have fought Cynthia as normal thereafter, and then had the Leon fight. But yeah. But yeah, the Galar region was barely featured. Actually, a lot of areas were kind of fleetingly featured. The Ash and Serena meetup, Team Rocket got in the way of that. Ash got to see Serena as she was leaving on the boat. The fact that like Greninja is still having to fight off all of these tendrils that are growing up out of the ground, these tentacles, this far out is nuts. Especially since the whole reason that that Greninja left was because initially they had to stop Xerosic. Xerosic was still active, but the tentacles still came out despite stopping Xerosic, so he was pointless to the episode. And I don't know. There's a lot of things. But yeah, I was disappointed with Journeys. It's not the top 3 for me. I still think like the Ash, you know, the Pikachu versus Charizard finale and like the seeing the different teams and everything else. That battle still hits hard. You know, it's still a very, you know, strong battle in my mind. It's not my favorite, but it did a very, very effective job with that. But yeah, the Tobias. Uh, I'm glad he didn't show up in the Masters 8. I'm glad he just because the thing is, you like, you know, it's one thing, you know, it's one thing to be like, okay, I want him to be brought back, maybe, you know, he could be eliminated. But the fact of the matter is, I like the fact that they buried that character like far, far, far underground, where he's like never seen, never mentioned, never anything again. And honestly, the fact of the matter that Cynthia showed up at the Masters tournament and is still the champion at least canonically tells me that she beat Tobias. Otherwise, Tobias would have been the champion. So Tobias, with whatever overpowered team he had, beyond the Darkrai and Latios we saw, I guess still lost to Cynthia. I don't know. That's my headcanon. That's my headcanon about why they never showed up again and everything else. So, I don't know. Is it correct? Who knows? Who cares? Tobias is gone. Never showing back up. Will never hurt us again. But anyway, yeah, so Pokemon, at some point this year, we are going to do Ruby. Because Ruby is a copy I actually have up on that shelf. It is my sister's. I have full permission to delete and use the save file as my own. So that is what I will be doing. And I will be going through and I'll have to figure out what starter I'm going to be doing. Am I going the fire route again? Am I going to go with Torchic? Am I going to go with Trico? Or am I going to go with Mudkip? I'll have to figure that out. I'm probably either going to pick Trico or I'm going to pick Torchic. I'm not sure which of the two I'm going to pick. Oh, Mudkip. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Mudkip wasn't even on my... wasn't even on my radar to pick. I suppose I could have like some kind of incentive as to which I'm gonna pick. But I'll look into you know, if I ever change my mind about the post game of this, I will announce it. The fact of the matter is, I do have 2 dead days. I do have a Tuesday. I do have this Saturday that's coming up, and a Tuesday where I don't have a game planned. I may do it. I may dive into the post game. You know, because I to be quite honest, I have literally nothing else planned that is going to serve a 1 to 2 day purpose. So it's really no sweat off my back to at least see what they've done with these regions. So does it just take me back to the main title screen with continue Tuesday night at 9:04? Close, fairly close. 9:01 for me. I'll let you borrow. So, but yeah, some blobberts. But let's go ahead and, like, what happens if I hit continue? We just show up at our house. Professor Elm. Hello, Gold. I have something here for you. Could you swing by my lab? See you later. Alright, we'll quickly swing by his lab, but then after that I'll go ahead and stop for the night, because it's been like 4 hours. We did a lot of Pokemon anime talk. If anyone wants to talk with me about the Pokemon anime while I'm grinding or doing other stuff on RPGs, feel free. I will never run out of stuff to talk about. Ever. Hi, Gold. My husband always so busy. Hope he's okay. When he's caught up in his Pokemon research, he even forgets to eat. Okay, her dialogue is not changed across the course of the game. Neither has his eating habits. This is his lab. Repel's effects wore off. I forgot about that. Gold, there you are. I called here because I have something for you. Yeah. Or just talk about the anime. I suppose I could. I've teased doing like a full breakdown of seasons at some point. I was just kind of daunted by like the sheer amount of work it would take, because I'd want pictures, I'd want other things. I'd rather not just like talk without anything to like visually reference. I'd want to do a lot more things to make sure it like looks good. It's an SS ticket. Now you can catch Pokemon in Kanto. Wait, are you saying I could not throw a Pokeball to catch any if I had gone in the wild if I had gone in the grass, I couldn't have caught any? That would have been a rule? Gold put the SS ticket in the key pocket, shipped parts from Olivine City, but you knew that, oh, that one ship! Yes, 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 the one that I said I couldn't go on. After all, you've traveled all over with your Pokemon. Give my regards to Professor Oak and Kanto. Okay. Yeah, that seems weird. It's like, you know, I don't want to be caught by you. I've got a ticket! I got a golden ticket. And then all the Pokemon just roll over and wait to be caught. You finally caught up. Yeah, so Horizons is the only... So Horizons I am still actively watching, and I am hating that I'm watching it. It's not that I think that Horizons is, like, garbage tier, but I think it misses the point of what I enjoy about Pokemon. Because Horizons, like, really tries to emphasize bonds heavily, and it's all one-sided. It's all about trainers understanding their Pokemon, and trainers not losing sight about what's important about their Pokemon, and all of this and all of that. And like, what about Pokemon making mistakes? What about Pokemon's personalities being a problem that has to be overcome? I'm not necessarily saying that something has to rise to Chimchar's level of trauma where it gets terrified every time it sees a Zangoose, or it gets terrified when it saw a Paul after each encounter after being, you know, adopted by Ash, or these things. But the point of the matter is, like, there were Pokemon with legitimate issues in the other seasons that no amount of understanding it would have solved. But with Pokemon Horizons, it's like, oh, I understand your feelings. I'm connected with you now. And that's it. That's all it takes to solve every single adversity in the Pokemon Horizons anime. When Strong Spheres were introduced and they talked about bonds being threatened and all of these other things, I'm like, oh god, what if there's a plot where a Pokemon feels like it's becoming inadequate and the Pokemon feels it has to use these Strong Spheres because the trainer's trying so hard and it just can't deliver and all of these things. But nope, it was these poor misguided trainers not understanding their Pokemon. If only they had understood their Pokemon, they would have realized they were winners. Yeah, so you've watched... It's funny. It's funny because that is precisely where I had stopped the show. I went in like 3 episodes, and then I stopped the show, and then only recently caught back up. And I will tell you, it was worth stopping the show over. But if you ever catch up, you will probably be kind of disappointed with how they handled a lot of the different aspects of the particular show. Some of the things are a little bit so fresh that I don't want to spoil them in case you do catch up. I do think one of the things that happens with the main villain's Pokemon is kind of a cool moment in the show. I do think it hits hard. It is the only moment concerning a Pokemon that hits hard remotely in the whole show, which is kind of sad. But the anime state right now is Horizons is in a point where it's just kind of aimless. The trainers had very easily attainable goals in the grand scheme of things. Roy wanted to get the Black Rayquaza, he got Black Rayquaza. Hooray! Liko wanted to go ahead and get Terapagos back and deal with the Recurrium threat. She did those things. Hooray! And then Dot admittedly didn't have the clearest motivations to begin with, but she wanted to to brave the Pokemon world without having to adopt her Nidothing persona, and she's arguably done that. And then I mean, all of those things were just situations where it's, you know, they're kind of wandering around aimlessly now. The show was supposed to be over basically around episode 136, whenever the final confrontation ended, but because I guess they have to fill out more time until Sun and Moon, it's been extended for a bit of a longer season. It's probably going to be longer than Johto now, which is kind of nuts to think about, that this show is going to be longer than Johto. Yeah. No, yeah, Sun and Moon is, like, so many people badmouth, like, the stills of, like, the animation of like Ash's face as he won the league, and like I still saw all these people on Twitter clowning, and I'm just like, you don't even know, like you don't even know how good of a series you're not watching. Like if you were even any remote fan of like the earlier stuff in season 1. Because this series wasn't afraid to have a silly Ash. It wasn't afraid to make all sorts of references to different things. They weren't constrained by animation. They wanted to, like, you could tell the animators were having fun. You could tell the episodes they went over budget and did not care. It's just an experience that, like, if I were to ask people to watch any season beyond the first, boy, it's tough to choose between Diamond and Pearl and Sun and Moon, but I would say Sun and Moon. I would say it just barely ekes out. But Diamond and Pearl is really good too. It's also exceptionally funny. It's funny, it's tragic, it does hit those notes also. But Sun and Moon, God, it has some of my favorite battles in the entire show. Even though at first it didn't feel like battles were going to be a very big emphasis of it, it clearly was. But anyway, I think we'll go ahead and try the post game out. I'm still putting it at a 75 for right now, at least for the main game content. I'll see if it makes me want to engage with any of the other Pokemon, but I am not making any other promises. I don't have a whole lot of time right now to do off-screen anything, especially since there are Deltarune files I need to get ready, especially for my Chapter 4 files for Chapter 5. So anytime I would be dipping towards that, I'm actually having to do that in lieu of anything off-screen with Pokemon. Yeah, so Sailor Moon, the Slayers, Utena. There was also other things that were out there like Paprika. There was also a reference of Paprika. There was Faye from Cowboy Bebop. There was Aim for the Ace references. There's so many. There's, of course, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure was referenced, of course, with the Team Rocket faces in one of the scenes. There's just a lot. There's just a lot of extra things they throw in to just make it a very, very memorable show. I really, there were so many emotional moments with actual payoff. I was theory crafting. I knew Ash was winning the league before he won it. Like, I knew he was winning it. As soon as the Fire Z Crystal, as soon as he got possession of that, I'm like, oh my god, he's winning. Because I knew the only way that the rivalry between Torracat and Royal Mass Incineroar was going to happen is if Ash won the league. And when I saw that Torracat wasn't in the final battles that were there, I'm like, based off of the Pokemon that Ash was going to use, I'm like, oh my god, he's winning. He has to win because the Fire Z Crystal hadn't been used in any fashion. It was the one that whenever Ash went back in time to invent the league. But for those of you some of you might think I'm making that up. I'm not. Spoilers, Ash invents the league in the due to time travel shenanigans with Celebi. Basically getting that Fire Z Crystal, I knew he won the league, and I kind of like posted in like an IRC, like he's winning the league. I know everyone's jaded after the X and Y laws, but like hear me out, he's winning it. So it's just fun time. Anyway, more Pokemon talk on Saturday. But I've got to call it quits here. It's 9:12. Had a lot of fun. I can't believe I won. I thought I was gonna get hit so hard by moves that no amount of Hyper Potion, I would have like had to use like a Hyper Potion every turn and not be able to win. Thankfully, that wasn't the case. As long as you take the trainer battles, I think you're basically set for the whole game. Like, it's basically like a depth charge of Pokemon battles one after the other really, really quickly, so that worked out well. See everybody Thursday for those of you who are interested in the finale of Lufia 3. And for those who are interested in the post-game, we'll do that on Saturday. Yes. There were the final thing I'll say before I depart is that nod was good because they made a nod to Ash's loss in season 1, where one of Ash's Pokemon was put to sleep by, I believe, like sleep powder, and the ref counted that as a knockout. It was like one of the most controversial league battles, I think, for me, because Team Rocket spent like literally wasted so much of Ash's time and Pokemon strength to where he had an underpowered team by the time he made it to the league. And I like the fact that they nodded a Pokemon being put to sleep as not the same as a knockout. So I saw exactly what they were doing when they did that. I'm like, they're referencing the first league. Yes. Because he's still able to battle. See everybody on Saturday for more Pokemon. See everyone Thursday for Lufia. Bye!